Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Santa Clara City Council Stadium Authority meeting. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Assistant City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember, Board Member Gonzalez.
Here.
Councilmember, Board Member Shahal.
Present.
Councilmember, Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember, Board Member Park.
Here.
Councilmember, Board Member Jane.
Here.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Cox.
Present.
And Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you.
AB 23 announcement. Members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of Behavioral Standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a Code of Ethics and Values and Behavioral Standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that, as the presiding office, the mayor's chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. Registered lobbyists. Lobbyists speaking in a lobbying capacity are required to identify themselves as such and disclose the clients and/or organizations that he or she represents at any meeting held with city officials or at public meetings, pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110.
Thank you. So good evening, everyone, and welcome. For today's meeting, the council's back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person, and the city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow participation from your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and/or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are reserved for topics that are not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure that members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. So we will start with our council agenda now. So reports of action taken in closed session, City Attorney?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council did meet in closed session under conference with labor negotiators with respect to all the bargaining groups that were listed. However, there was no reportable action. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Continuances, exceptions, reconsiderations. Do we have any from council, staff,
Mayor.
or public?
Yes, Mayor, I do.
Councilmember Jane?
Yes, I would like to reconsider the action taken on committee assignments.
Okay, is there a particular reason for that?
Well, we can discuss it when it comes up. I was in the presiding vote, so I have the opportunity to reconsider that.
Okay.
I can make a motion if we need one, but I don't think we need a motion, do we?
Reconsider committee assignments for an unknown reason. It'd be very helpful if you tell us what part you'd like to reconsider.
Would be the Cities Association assignments.
Cities Association assignment? Yes. Okay. I would not like to reconsider that, but is there a second to the motion to reconsider?
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to reconsider the committee assignments. And that would have to take place at a future meeting. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on that? If not, I think we have Councilmember Cox, or Vice Mayor Cox, that's been assigned to that. So I don't see any reason to reconsider that. So I will not be supporting the motion. Assistant City Clerk, if there's no other discussion on that, please register your vote. And that passes 5-2. All right, that'll come back at a future date. Okay, let's see. Next, any other continuances, exceptions, or reconsiderations? All right, seeing none, City Manager, you had an announcement to make.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Javon Grogan, City Manager. Just want to make a quick note for the community. We had mentioned prior that we were expecting to bring back the FIFA assignment and assumption agreement with the Bay Area Host Committee at this meeting. We've had a minor delay, and I just want to turn it over to the City Attorney to articulate why.
Thanks, City Manager. Madam Mayor, as City Manager indicated, we were targeting this meeting for your consideration of all the documents and actions necessary to proceed with the World Cup event. The combination of some issues that still needed resolution, and the fact that some of the Bay Area Host Committee legal group was put out of commission by the fires down in Los Angeles, took some of the time, away from our effort, and so we weren't able to get there for this week. We are now targeting and really need to bring the item forward to you on February 11th. That's necessary because if we're going to proceed with this item, the field improvements, that are necessary would really need to start, immediately after that. And so we're working to bring that to you and expect to be in front of you on February 11th, including the documents, provided well in advance of that meeting. So we'll look forward to seeing you then and giving our full presentation at that time. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
So what does well in advance mean, since it's 2 weeks from tonight?
We're trying to get that, all the documents available in substantial form, Madam Mayor, a week in advance.
All right, we are going to move on then to our first special order of business this evening, our only special order of business this evening. We are recognizing students from Santa Clara this evening. The Santa Clara Valley Science and Engineering Fair Association brings opportunities for innovation to middle and high school students throughout the county at public, private, and charter schools. Each year, the association hosts the Synopsis Science and Technology Championship to showcase students and their STEM projects. I would like to turn your attention to 2 slides listing all the students' names. There you go. We are proud to recognize 60 students from the city of Santa Clara for their STEM achievements as they move toward careers as future scientists, technology experts, engineers, and mathematicians. We are honored to have Forrest Williams here this evening. Mr. Williams, and I know you're here somewhere. I heard, Forrest, if you'd like, there you are. I'd like you to come forward, please. Mr. Williams, nice to see you, is a retired IBM engineer, a former San Jose City Council member, and currently serves as the board member for the Santa Clara Valley Science and Engineering Fair Association. Mr. Williams, would you like to say a few words, and welcome back? It's wonderful to see you every year.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Can I have you speak in the microphone so everyone at home can hear you as well? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and council members. Really do appreciate your taking the time from your busy schedule. I know it's busy. There's a lot of activity required to run a city. But to just encourage our students, they are our future. If you want a great future, then you build that future. And we have these youngsters today with us, the 6th through 12th grade. They are our future. And you're considering them, they will be in charge, and they need to have the skills necessary to run a big city, small city, because the world is going to change. Some of the excitement that's going on right now is AI. We said that it's bad, it's not good for us, it's not going to run our lives, et cetera. But think of the good side. It will help us to look into ourselves even more to understand how we work and how we behave and what we do, why we do what we do. So I'm sharing with them, sharing with the students and the parents. You've done a magnificent job. Just keep it up. Engineering is the way to go. And this is not a religious statement, but it is a statement. It is said that God was an engineer. And if you consider the world, the interplanetary system, it doesn't vary very much from the years that we've been and our grandfathers and forefathers. It's been consistently in the realm. We have to learn about it. So thank you so much for all that you've done and all that you hope to do through our students by preparing them for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. It's lovely to hear from you always, and thank you for your work with our future leaders in this valley. Now we'd like to invite you and all the students forward. If you'd like to come here for a whole group photo, if we can get this done, we're going to try to get this done, so we can memorialize this day. And then Mr. Williams will have all the certificates available after this for all the students as well. So if you'd like to come forward, please, for the students. We're going to stand back here because we understand there's quite a few of them. So nice to see you, Forrest. Thank you for bringing them again. Appreciate it. Good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you for your work.
You brought a lot tonight. Yes. Very good. Thank you. Tall ones in the back.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
I remember going to San Jose to seeing and all these exhibits, so that was amazing too. I remember. I'll come back this year if you invite me.
Taller in the back.
I want to invite me. You guys park the seat here so we can see you. You're going to have to park the seat here. Forrest, I'd like you in the middle.
Students, you're going to have to take a step back.
Come all the way
Take
back.
at least one step back.
They'll be able to see you.
Yeah.
Can the cameras see all of you? Get used to all this paparazzi for your future. Last one's in. This is it. All right, let's give them all a round of applause. Okay, you're dismissed. Yeah, yeah, you can give those. Thank you so much. Yeah, I won't be.
Myself and Albert all have our engineering degree. Physicists, more degrees than a thermometer.
All right. Thank you, Forrest. Thank you so much.
I want the kids to know this is important.
Congratulations again to all the students. Congratulations. We'll give you a minute to leave, but you're welcome to stay. Our meeting will only last another 5 hours, so you're all welcome to stay here. It's riveting. So here we go. Forrest will give you your certificates in the hall. Thank you.
Good to see you. I didn't see your name on the list. I should have lost.
City Manager, there's so many. Maybe we can open the cafeteria for them. Forrest Williams, Mr. Williams, we're going to look at maybe opening the cafeteria so it's a larger area than the hallway in here for you. Okay?
But you have to get them all to go down there.
They're coming.
Somebody's going with them.
Chris will help. Thank you. Is too many people for the entryway.
They can
Just
have
give
their
us a
own
minute and
ceremony
we'll
over there.
start.
They got stuck in traffic.
Councilmember Park,
got
did you want to
stuck in
say
traffic
something?
now.
And Hardy, was that for this?
Hard for them to move up. Yeah. Oh, this is- Yeah.
All right, we're going to move on with the council agenda then. Next, we have the consent calendar that's approved with one motion of the city council, unless an item is pulled for discussion. Do we have any items that are pulled?
I have comment.
Councilmember Park.
Yeah, so I did also want to speak.
I
on
called
previous
on
item.
you and Councilmember Hardy, and neither of you said
No,
anything, so.
I did say something. But either way, we can tell this is a bright crowd because they're leaving before the rest of the meeting gets going. I appreciate that. For consent calendar, I am going to recuse myself on item 3H, which is the action to authorize the city manager to execute an agreement with the EQR Lincoln Laguna Clara LP developer for the installation and operation of private recreational amenity improvements to satisfy a portion of the developer's parkland obligations for the 447-unit apartment project located at 3131 Homestead Road. Note, such improvements to be funded at developer's sole cost, as my residence is within 500 feet of that. I can see it
Thank you for
every time
that.
I walk out my door.
City Clerk, do you have that? Okay, very good. Is there any other council member that would like to pull or discuss any item, anyone from the public or staff? If not, may I please have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Second.
Was that, who made the motion? Councilmember Gonzalez, seconded by Councilmember Chahal, noting the one abstention. Please register your vote. And that includes the Stadium Authority consent item as well, and that passes unanimously. All right, next, we're moving on. We just went through 10 pages of the agenda, so it's pretty good. Public presentations. These are reserved for items that are not on the agenda. Do we have anybody here for public presentations? Let me see, I have one. Brian, I think you just walked in. Please come forward. Welcome.
Thank you. Happy New Year to everybody.
Happy
Little
New Year
late,
to you,
right?
too.
This is an agenda item. Some of you know me pretty well, some a little bit. I've been racking my brain with the last week because of all of the stuff that's going on. It's very chaotic, and it's going to get far more chaotic. And I'm thinking, I wish I could find something that would help. Now, I call and make complaints and express concerns and all that for the people I tend to advocate for. All of it comes down to something I think is almost existential, and that we want our name remembered. We want to be remembered. Our name carries a lot for us. It means a lot to us, and to the few others, if we're famous, it means a lot to a lot of others. I wanted to read 4 names to you: Elena, Fela, Karen, and Kenneth. In 2020, September 27th, there was a fire. It's called the Zog Fire. After many wranglings and a lot of political, there was a vote taken that absolved the company, I believe, as personally responsible for it, without any admission of guilt. And the agency that oversees them did it without ever saying their name. And Elena and Fela died in a truck trying to get away from the fires. I sort of relate to this, maybe it's why it sticks in my craw, is when I was a kid, I was in a fire. I was burned over 40% of my body with 3rd and 4th degree burns, and I was 6. And it sticks with you. I was very lucky. This young lady and her mother were on a truck trying to drive away, a borrowed truck, drove into a ditch, and the fire overtook them. And they couldn't even say their name. If I had to find one problem with our jurisprudence, with our elections, with all the other things that the government does, that's the one we forget the most. When you're doing your exercise, when you're doing your discussions, remember everybody's name, and I almost beg you, remember each other's names, because you each are unique. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Next, we have Jason. Jason here, please come forward, Jason. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this opportunity to address the council. As you know, my name is Jason Park. I am here this evening just to wish congratulations to Madam Vice Mayor, Council Members Gonzalez, Jane, and Park on your election or re-election this past November. You know, growing up here in this county, Santa Clara, the city of Santa Clara, I remember fondly utilizing the city's public spaces, and the city has thus been an important part of my growth, my development, and my story leading up until now. I eagerly look forward to following the work that this council will do in this new calendar year, and I'm eager to get to know all of you and your teams moving forward out in the broader community. That's pretty much it. Thank you so much for having me. Have a good night.
Very nice. Thank you for coming this evening. Bill, we have Bill. Please come forward, Bill.
Yeah, I'm concerned that we have inadequate firefighting in this state, except for maybe San Francisco. San Francisco has 5 square miles. They have 222 cisterns. If you've seen the intersections up there with paving stones, there's 73,000 gallons in those intersections, and they have other bigger aqueducts. And it seems like the priority for firefighting is high salaries. LA has a firefighter they're paying $930,000 a year. I mean, I would think they would better off hiring 10 guys at 90, but that's just me. And if you go through the history of California, nobody seems to be paying attention to the fact that the MGM fire, they had to use the creature where the Black Lagoon film was filmed to get water. The hydrants didn't work. Oakland Hills, hydrant problems. Loma Prieta, hydrant problems. Northridge, hydrant problems. Napa, hydrant problems. The Paradise Fire, People stayed and saved their houses until the pipes melted. So I would think that we should, all the cities in the earthquake zone should move forward with a San Francisco-style fire hydrant system, having cisterns. And also, San Francisco actually has a dual hydrant system. One of them is high pressure. And that's about the only way you're going to deal with these fires. And I am so tired of people talking about climate change, because the state had a seawater hydrant system designed for LA in, I think, 2013. Nobody did anything about it. You have unlimited water in the Pacific Ocean, as far as I can tell. And also the regular hydrant system has had proposals to fix it. Nobody's doing anything. So it's pretty sad. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill, and I know fire safety is in the top of all of our minds right now, so thank you for bringing that to our attention. Appreciate it. 56 Strime. Might be Edward. Are you online?
Yeah, I'm here. I just want to say that I did send a link, I believe, to the mayor and council through email. Now, it's just kind of odd how where these smart cities are supposed to be proposed, there are a lot of fires going on. I'm guessing that related project is maybe considered a smart city type project. But I think, yeah, we have to be really aware of what's been going on. I've heard about these smart meters that were installed a while back. I refused it years ago. I thought there was something funny about that, but they say that these smart meters are causing the homes to burn even more intensely. And I think that's something that should be looked at too. And again, a lot of these fires have been happening around, the country and outside the country, like, inside the country, that Maui fire, they want a smart city there. It's just kind of weird how all these fires are happening around where they are proposing smart cities. Just wanted to let you guys know about that, and hopefully become more aware of that kind of thing. And I'll send you some more information about what's been going on, and hopefully maybe we can help prevent from any fires growing in intensity. Thank you.
Thank you, Edward. Is there anyone else? I don't see anyone. Anyone here in the audience would like to speak? Please come forward. All right, seeing none, thank you for that. We're going to move on. We have no consent items pulled for discussion. We're going to move forward with our public hearing general business. Item number 5, action on an agreement with Care Solace, Inc. to provide coordination for mental health care and social services to residents and employees of the City of Santa Clara and related budget amendment. City Manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, members of council, and members of the public, both here and at home. Javon Grogan, City Manager. Through this item, staff is requesting the City Council approval of a 3-year agreement with Care Solace and a related budget amendment to fund the agreement using opioid settlement funds. As a reminder, opioid settlement funds are funds that we and other governments received through a settlement with pharmaceutical companies due to the current opioid crisis. Through their scope of work, Care Solace will provide coordination of mental health care and social services to city residents and city employees through their Care Match and Care Companions. You'll hear a little bit more about that later today. This effort is to provide connections to mental health care, and it is a priority of the cities. As we all know, mental health significantly impacts both the individual experiencing the mental health issue as well as our community at large. Untreated mental health conditions can result in unemployment, substance abuse, homelessness, incarceration, and suicide, all of which can, and I should say, does impact our community and our workforce. As the City Council knows, the city provides a variety of services and resources related to mental health care and responses to the community through various programs. We can highlight a few. One of them is our police department's community response team that implements a wide variety of services, including outreach, responding to people in mental health crisis. in connecting people experiencing homelessness to various services, and we do that very much in partnership with the county and the services that they offer. The police department also has an MOU with the county for a psychiatric emergency response team to provide dedicated support to those experiencing a crisis, and that's really a rapid response service. The city also has a EAP, which we refer to as our Employee Assistance Program, that provides confidential services to employees, their spouse or domestic partner, or members of their household experiencing mental health issues, also providing counseling and coaching. The city also has a wellness coordinator that helps our staff with mental health matters as well as others. If approved, the city plans to incorporate Care Solace's services to further enhance all the services that we offer. The presentation tonight will be provided by Care Solace's Chief Growth Officer, Anita Ward. She's here tonight to provide the council with a presentation on the services that Care Solace offers, how they are used in other communities, and how their services could benefit the city. With that, I'll turn the presentation over to Ms. Ward.
Thank you.
Ms. Ward, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, city manager. Thank you so much for giving me time to share what we do. If I get this technology, oh, thank you, whoever put that up, thank you. Magic. I should be one of those students from the STEM program, right? I picked anthropology, who knew? What I'd like to do is maybe start with a story, if you'll indulge me, to kind of set the context for what we do. I was one of 4 children, and my family was chronically unhoused. For the first 15 years of my life, we slept on floors, we couch surfed, we lived in shelters and cars and churches, and my dad was a veteran who struggled with substance abuse and alcoholism and PTSD. My mom, anxiety and depression. But they never got care. They never knew where to go. So we went city to city. I've lost count of the schools in the cities that we lived in over the years. And at 15, my dad put us in a U-Haul and drove from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania to Las Vegas. Stopped at a rest stop because it had a bathroom. And that was the first time at 15 that I had any sense of stability and roots and permanence. And thankfully, my life did change. Thanks to McDonald's, where I got a job and brought food back to the U-Haul, and life really did change for us. But it didn't change for a lot of people. And I share this story because when you think about all of the services that city manager just talked about and all of the infrastructure that you have in the cities, as I look back on it, I think, why didn't my family know? Why couldn't they find a place that was a food pantry or a mission? They turned to the Catholic Church because that's what my parents knew and understood, so we'd get a few $100s here or there, but they never were able to navigate the healthcare system or any of the infrastructure that all of those 22 or 25 cities had to offer. And really, that's what Care Solace does. So for me, not only is it a personal, passion to help the other Anitas and families that do not know how to navigate the system, but also to provide some sort of a social glue, if you will, so that any resident knows with one phone call they can get care. And so that's the easiest way for me to explain Care Solace. We're essentially a hub to all of your infrastructure, to your services, to we have 4,200 mental health care providers here in Santa Clara County alone, and 108,000 in the state of California, that we know what their specialties are. We know what insurance they take. We know if they'll navigate sliding scale. We'll know if they'll do pro bono work. We know if they're available. We know where the beds are. So we can be helpful in providing that dignified and inclusive access to your residents and your employees, by the way. I'm really happy to say that last year the U.S. Conference of Mayors chose us as a best practice for cities, and they used the Murrieta case study that as the sort of groundwork for that, and that's Mayor Stone from Murrieta, and she's holding up the card that we'll talk about today, but how we canvass cities almost at a grassroots level, making sure that people have the QR code, that they have the phone number, that every nonprofit, every agency, every first responder responder has the ability to share this with every resident. What are the services? So city manager talked about the fact that we have these care companions. 24/7, 365, you can call and they speak 200 languages, and we have live translators just in case. So they're able to access live translation. So any resident, any employee can call a care companion. We call this a warm handoff, but essentially you can do a warm handoff. A first responder may be called or dispatched and find that the individual isn't doing self-harm or isn't going to hurt somebody else, but he knows or she knows that they need care. So they can say, the city provided this service, use this QR code, use this phone number, or scan it now while I'm here and let's get on a phone call with a care companion. So we'll do warm handoffs from anybody, anywhere in the city. We also have a self-service tool, and frankly, in many of the cities, this is the first place that people go. I'm assuming that it's a bit about trust. So you can go there first and try to navigate on your own first, but you can make a phone call or text message or video chat anywhere inside of CareMatch. But the residents tend to go there first, maybe to just figure out what is this tool, and then they'll call or message from within the tool itself. But they could find providers on their own and schedule their own appointments, or they can use a care companion to do that. The care companion, once you call, will find the matches. They'll assess the situation. They'll find matches based on everything that you need. So it'll be culturally relevant care. Maybe you need a Spanish-speaking therapist. Maybe you need a pediatric specialist that takes Kaiser for your 12-year-old daughter who's doing self-harm. Maybe you need somebody who's LGBTQ friendly or a faith-based provider. All of that is worked into the assessment that the care companion does. And in the process, they may also find out that you have another insecurity. Maybe you have a food insecurity, or like my family, maybe they would assess further what is needed. And then they will actually contact the providers, work with the residents, set the appointment, and then I like to say nudge the resident, but make sure that the resident actually goes to the appointment. And if they're in need of transportation, they're empowered to get an Uber or do whatever it takes to get that individual to the appointment. So they're like their Sherpa through the whole mental health journey, if you will. And then lastly, we have the largest verified provider database in the country of mental health providers. There are about 700,000 providers across the country. So if in fact we didn't have something available for a specialty here in Santa Clara, we can look the next county over. We can find a bed somewhere else if there's not one available here, or find a therapist, or work through teletherapy. There are no restrictions or boundaries on what we do. And as I said, insurance is never in the way. So we connect anything. This illustrates some of the opportunities that we've been talking about with the city manager, but we can connect anybody or any agency or any nonprofit. In fact, we do reach out to the religious organizations, and we reach out to all the nonprofits and do that kind of ground game to make sure that they know that this is here and available. We started in school districts here in California, and then the city officials found us and said, you're helping all of these residents, why don't you help the rest of the residents in addition to the school districts? We're in almost 1,000 communities around the country with 21 million people using our services, so we're a well-proven entity. But in addition to that, the two numbers that are most important to me are the last two, in that almost half of the people we help, it's more than therapy. It's substance abuse, it's a bed, it's detox, it's rehab, it's much more complex situations than therapy or teletherapy. And then half of the people we help are either on public insurance or have no insurance. So we're able to place people and remove those obstacles. I've said this, so just essentially if a resident needs care, they just call the phone number or they go to the URL that's probably going to be, if we're lucky enough to work with you, on your website, so we can direct people to that and make it easy. But essentially they can search. You'll see we have, once, if we're lucky to be approved, you'll see these purple like stress ball bears all over the city. So it's part of our campaigning. We're great marketers. We get the awareness out. And I even have some for like the city folks if you're stressed through the rest of the meeting.
You have 7 for up here.
I do.
A couple for down there and a couple over here.
Absolutely.
Over there, too.
Over here.
Thanks.
Yes. I brought mine with me. This is the care match process. All of the website, it translates immediately into any number of languages. So we remove the obstacles. Once a resident answers a few sets of questions, we do it based on zip code. I suspect somebody will ask me, how do we know that it's from Santa Clara? We do it on zip codes. And I know zip codes aren't always just a great indicator, but we just never turn anybody down. So if somebody calls from a zip code and they don't technically live in Santa Clara, we still help them. And if an employee of Santa Clara that doesn't live here, we help them as well. So the big secret is we don't turn anybody down. We're out to give them care. We do a custom engagement strategy with you. We'll build up all of the awareness. We'll create flyers in any number of languages. So we're just reaching out to the communities themselves. I was jokingly saying I was an anthropologist, but I am an anthropologist, so cross-cultural communications critical to me, and getting people into culturally relevant care is important. But here's what I love the most. You will have more data than you ever dreamed of having. So we capture all of the data. We'll be able to tell you how many individuals came to us this month, how many service requests did we get, how many services did we provide, how long did it take for us to match them to care, how long did it take for us to book the appointment, how long did it take to actually do the appointment, what are the demographics, are we seeing increases in females over males, what's the age breakdown look like, what ethnicity and languages are we helping with? Where are the zip codes, as I said, where are they coming from? And what percentage of the service requests that month are coming from a particular zip code? So if, in fact, we see some trending in a zip code, we know to do an intervention, and we know to create a campaign. You'll be able to track it by month, so again, looking for trends. You'll be able to look at all the services over time to match. You'll see all the insurance types. So this just illustrates a city close to you where the public insurance that is 54% of the people we're helping, and no insurance 16, so that is 70% of the people coming to us need help. And then so we break it down to figure out what are they saying, where are they coming from, who are our top providers, and then where is it referring? So in many cases, the residents are the biggest self-referrals, but we can track who on each one of these is referring to us. And then we look for trends. So what's it look like for the presenting clinical symptoms around each generation? And what do we see month over month? I will tell all of you, sad as it is, young girls 11 to 14 with self-harm is growing astronomically. But we'll be able to track, and Mayor Stone wouldn't mind me sharing with you, she's incredibly open about what she's seeing, but it surprised her, the suicidal rates in Murrieta. And so we were able to build some, and around the age groups, but we were able to build in policies around Murrieta and then compare them to Riverside County. So what is going on in her city versus Riverside County, and is it statistically significant? Then we'll break it down by ethnicity. I know I'm short on time, but then also all the treatment types. You'll be able to see how many assessments did we do that month, how many did we put into intensive outpatient or an intervention or hospitalization or self-harm. So you'll have all the data, and then importantly, trending that data so that you'll be informed and know really what is the state of mental health, who is calling us, what does that look like? And then the social services as well. So we'll track social services. We'll give you some example cases. So each month or quarter, depending on how often you want this, you'll have a sense of the kind of cases that came in, what were they looking for, how successful were we, what, kind of bring it to life in the storytelling format. And so, in conclusion, we'd love to be a hub for you. We would love to fill in the gaps that maybe exist in the county programs and amplify what you're currently doing, amplify what the first responders are doing, the CRT teams are doing, and then navigate this on behalf of all of the residents and all of your employees. And that was at the Italian time. I'm sorry I went over, but I'm happy to answer any questions as well.
I think this is a fantastic program. And
Thank you.
I'm also wondering how are we going to advertise this?
We will. It will be a ground game, so we'll have press releases, we do videos, we do storytelling, we do social media. I bring in a team that actually starts to meet with every one of the key employers, nonprofits, anybody, your MOU providers. So we create a campaign with you. We'll create a theme. Murrieta's was, it's okay to ask for help. So, but we can work with your team to do that, but we'll do the heavy lift for you. Some of the cities actually put them on in the public restrooms in the same way they do human trafficking. So they put the QR code in public restrooms and on buses, and then we launched in Stockton a couple of months ago. So as we look at trends potentially, even in the area, we'll be able to start to think through what are we seeing, and then share data. The city managers that want to share the data, we're convening all of them quarterly so that they can talk to each other about it as well.
Thank you. It looks like I have a group of council members with questions and then a public member as well. So we're going to start with the questions, and the way we do it is we get all the questions ahead of time.
Okay.
And
So would
do your
you like
best.
me, do you want me to sit until then?
You can sit, have a rest while we do this, okay? But someone keep track of the questions, City Manager. Thank you. Councilmember Hardy.
Well, some of it that I had as questions you answered, because I had put, is there any way to track the statistics for the use, and how would we measure success? Also, I was concerned about, is there an ability for someone to self-refer, which you answered. And you mentioned the online. I have the idea that this could go on the My Santa Clara app as well, that would be a good place. On the website, I like having the cards that can be passed out. I teach at the high school, and being able to hand this out. And also, my thought was with our first responders, working with our unhoused population and seeing if we can meet some of their needs and concerns, because we're all human beings and we're all very complex. And I appreciate your willingness to do this kind of work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane.
It seems like we have a crisis of shortage of therapists, so I'm just wondering how you deal with that, even though you have almost 700,000 therapists on your list. But then I wanted to understand how you work with the other agencies in the county, because seems like there's some overlap, or do you just refer to the county people that do this? Like, for example, when we have unhoused people on the streets, we have funded some outreach, some people that will go out and talk to those people and connect them. Would they then connect to your service first, or would they connect to a county service? That's what I'm trying to understand. Do you work with the County of Santa Clara already? Those are my questions.
Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. A couple of questions, I'll dwell on those. As Councilmember Jane mentioned, we have a shortage of therapists, psychiatrists, and there's a long wait for people who need help. So what is having a much bigger database of the providers, basically, what is the average wait time for your clients? I would say your clients, in a way, you're helping them. What's the average wait time for those? And unhoused population, how would you proactively, I know Councilmember Jain mentioned how they can contact you, but is there a proactive way you can contact that group of people, because there's a very high percentage of mental health issues in that unhoused population we have, unfortunately. So how you can proactively help us on that matter. And I do see that you have a monthly reports. You give it to the city pertaining to what you have provided that. I would request, if we go through with this one, after a year, the monthly report summary should be provided to the council so that we can see where we are, what results we have got, basically. And that helps us to self-judge as well as find out where we stand on that, or if we have to make any corrective actions or changes in our approach to that. And one other question I have is, there are communities which have a very stigma related to mental health. They don't report it. how can we approach those communities, whether it's a church, temple, or various nonprofit organization? What would be our goal plan to reach those communities, basically? Thank you.
Councilmember Park.
Thank you very much for your report. I understand now why your seat was so valuable, because you were sitting in it. Oh, no, we should have paid for you. I am really glad that we're looking at these kinds of services. I talk to every unhoused person. I talk to every person that I think is in trouble that I meet. I don't care if it's here in the city. I don't care if it's any place that I'm visiting. And in the city, I'm actually saddened that I don't have a lot of places that I can refer them. I can tell them to go to Celestine and Shoshana at Salvation Army. I can tell them to go a lot of different places, and most of them tell me, I don't need food, I don't necessarily need clothing, I do need a place to stay, and I need help. And in those cases, it's really sad when I have no referral. I've also been talking to the head librarian, because I also realize that many people who know nothing else, the first place that they go to, the service central for them, is in fact the library. My questions are about Asian community support. I mean, the Asian community, I look here, it's relatively small when you compare the Caucasian and Hispanic populations. But even for its size, when you take a look at the category, we aggregate and makes the Asian community look large. But when we talk about languages, and when we have to break things down by languages, it turns out we've got a smaller community with many different languages, and I don't know how you get support for that. So that's my first question. I also have a question about services for younger children. I work with a lot of schools. I have for a long time. And I know that we should be teaching mental health alongside physical health in schools, even as young as elementary age. And we need to teach students, young students, what normal looks like, so that they understand that what they're experiencing, whether it's through families or friends, may not be normal. I don't know what kind of services you have for that, but and even the families that do need help, who may not have the time, the skills, even the desire to get help, I think that making those services available to their children, especially as their children get older and get more capable and have other people to go to, that would be a good thing too. And I want to know what your support is for things like that. Thank you.
That looks like it for the question. So City Manager, if you want to.
Sure. Why don't
navigate that?
I will navigate and toss most of these to Ms. Ward, because they really relate to the services that Care Solace provides. I will just say, as an opener, many of your questions really relate to the fact that we as an agency don't provide a number of the services that people in mental health crisis, and we're not a social services provider, and we're not a healthcare provider, right? And so one of the reasons why we took a hard look at Care Solace is because they do provide those coordination services and provide our residents and youth in our community with access to things that we don't provide but are available to them. So, Ms. Ward, one of the questions from Councilmember Jane was there's a crisis of therapists, and so how does Care Solace address that?
Yeah. So it's true, there's a crisis, and there's a crisis in beds and availability. But what we have been able to do is create relationships with providers. So we actually, in some cases, have reserved time with those providers, where it's almost as if you were buying surplus time, but we essentially have reserved time with many of the providers, or we can place them and we get placement. And so we have that in place, but also I'm sorry I didn't bring Care Match with me, but when you do the match, you will see that there will be individual therapists who show up. If you did a Google search, you're not going to see those same folks. They're not SEO optimized. They're not going to show up in a search. So what we've been able to do, both through outreach and through technology, is identify even more surplus, if you will, identify the supply chain in a very different way. So we're able to pull a mix of clinics and hospitals and beds but even the individual providers who may not be part of a clinic and may be working from, one small office, or in some cases even in their homes. So we're able to amplify that. And then also I can just go further out. So there may not be somebody in Santa Clara County, so I can go somewhere else. But our database, we continue to update it every single day. So we have a team of 35 people, and they do nothing but call providers, engage providers, get availability and put them in place. That's separate from the care companions. So if we were to launch with you, the first thing we would do is put that provider team in place to identify all of the supplies in the supply chain and make sure that they're all verified. They go through a very rigorous process. Make sure they're verified, make sure they meet our standards, because we don't want bad actors. So it goes through a verification process. So we see more than other people see, even if it's just a Google search or, a 211 call. That tends to be a static list of people where they've identified a number of providers, but we're real-time updating it every day.
Okay. Another question was, how do you work with our county agencies that provide various services, including homeless outreach? And I think Councilmember Jane mentioned that we have a contract with our to provide homeless outreach services here. So
Yeah.
how do you integrate?
Well, first, thank you for asking that question, because for me, that's the most important challenge that we have, obviously, since I've shared my background with you a little bit. But it's also the most challenging, because as a homeless individual, you're mobile. So we take referrals from your homeless intervention team. Maybe they know somebody, and every Wednesday your mobile team is in the same place. So your mobile team can refer people to us, and they're getting consent in the process, because we still have to have consent from folks in order to help them. So we work very closely with homeless intervention teams. They secure the consent in many ways. And then because the individual may not have a phone, then we are using your team to help find somebody. So we almost become the care companion for your homeless intervention team, and they're working more closely with the individual that they're helping. So that's one scenario. Another scenario is, and Councilman Park, I had to smile when you talked to the library, because we work so closely with Parks and Recs and the libraries. So the referrals come from the librarians, but the great news is that there's a place for somebody to sit and they can take a call. They can actually talk to a teletherapist, so they could give us consent. So we're able to work with whatever your infrastructure is, and we just customize it to meet your needs and meet where people are gathering here, because it's not the same in every city, although libraries do tend to be a safe, warm place for people to go. But we would work with your MOU partners, we'd work with all of your agencies, and then build these workflows that say, how do you want to refer them? And we talk to the county. Oftentimes the counties are referring to us because they can't find a resource, so they're calling us, and we fill in the gaps for the county. And if you have crisis centers set up, we'll refer to the crisis centers and track the referrals to the crisis centers or to the county itself. So we're just trying to fill in gaps where they exist. So the first exercise would be to talk to everybody.
And I know that there are some gaps, and I know our county provides great services, but there are some gaps. Will you talk a little bit about those?
Sure. Yes, I'm happy to talk about them. So if you call, there's a phone number for the county services that say we'll help with mental health. And it is, I think, 800-704-0900 or something like that. So I simply called to find out what they do so I could try to complement that effort. But if you call after hours, all you get after hours is somebody who will take down your name and phone number. And then if you're in the zip codes for Santa Clara, the city, they refer you to 988. So you're calling the National Suicide Hotline to get help with what could be a social service. It could be housing that they're calling for. But the referral for the county goes directly to 988. But when I called the other line, I called it this evening again just to make sure that I understood completely. And the after-hours person cannot help you. You can get help from 8:30 to 4:30 Monday through Friday. You can get a referral, but you can't get after-hours referrals. So we can fill that gap because we can do that. And so, again, back to what does the infrastructure look like? we would just do a bit of ethnographic work to understand what's the county landscape, what's the city landscape, and where can we fill some of those gaps.
There was another question about the average wait time for residents.
Oh, yes. Yes, thank you again for asking that. I should have mentioned it in my presentation because I'm very proud of it. Across the country, we're on average 11 days to an appointment. And that's even with that mix of advanced pathways. Now, advanced pathways take a bit longer, trying to find a bed, and all of that's very geographic dependent as well. But that can take as long as 18 days. But we're not taking months to get somebody into a bed. Well, so about 11 days and about 18 days. But to make the match can happen often when the person is on the phone with them, which gives them hope. Because the care companion can say, you know what, I found 4 matches already that take Kaiser and help youth. And so it helps to both overcome some of that. And let's talk about stigma too, because I remember that question. But it helps people gain trust and rapport with our care companions. And once you get to that point, then it takes, I don't know, a couple of days on average to actually find the match that the resident is happy with. And we let them choose. So we'll come back and we'll go through the care companion, we'll go through with all of them, but it's their choice who they want to see. And then that care companion stays with them the entire journey. Because I don't know if any of you have therapy, but sometimes the first therapist isn't the one that you end up with. So we change and we work with them and until it's a good match. And we talk to the therapist and we talk to the individual to make sure that that's a good match. In other cases, back to the shortage, if somebody needs therapy right away, we also have teletherapy. So we can match somebody to teletherapy as well. So if there is an issue and for some reason everybody's booked all at once, we can give the resident an option to do teletherapy. So I think, did I answer all the, yes.
There were 2.
So then, do you want me to do stigma, city manager? So again, the anthropological piece of this is most important to me. So there are communities where the stigma is you just, stand up and you suck it in and you don't really have a problem. So what we do is we what I think of as kind of matching and modeling. So our team is diverse, our team is multilingual. So when we're approaching a community, so if we're going to an African American church, then one of my staff who's African American, who looks and sounds and can empathize with the individuals that he's trying to work with, is the person who takes the lead on that. So we want to make sure that it's culturally relevant, and we do the same across the board where we can and where we're able to do that. But we have a fairly large community. We make sure we speak the languages. We make sure that we understand the norms and values of that particular community. So we're doing lots of anthropology, frankly, before we even enter a community. So that first campaign, all that marketing, part of that is making sure that we have our individuals working with all of those communities. In some cases, it takes longer. It just takes a lot of trust and a lot of trust building, but you'll be able to track that over time. And if we see that the Asian community, for example, isn't responding, then we'll come up with something that says, what's an intervention, what can we do? The young people, that other question. So we have lots of content that we use. I said we were in lots of school districts. So we have lots of content that is relevant for parents, relevant for students, and we make all of that available. We also do webinars and invite them both for the community as well as for your clinicians. So we do free CEU classes. So social workers, which is part of the way we keep our providers too, right? So part of what we do is we make sure they get their continuing education courses that they need. But we're offering content, we offer these webinars, we go into the communities, into the school districts, talking to the teachers, working with the counselors, and then providing parents with content that they might use. And then we're in your community events. So one of the things that we do on launch is I ask the city manager, what are the events that you have in the community, and we will be there. And so sometimes it's just a table with lots of bears and fun things and talking about it, but it could be an event in a church. We could be speaking in a church. So we work really hard to gain trust and rapport with the community as part of the marketing. Was that all of them? Oh my gosh.
I have a follow-up question. So you talked a lot about the unhoused or providing therapy and placement for resources. What about like our city employees, if they want to sign up for therapy or help?
Yep.
How long would it take to get them services, therapy services, for example? I know you talked about, bigger placements. What if?
Yeah, the employees are included in this. So we've talked about the employees. And what the Care Companion does is we get familiar with your EAP program and familiar with your healthcare program. So what we want to be able to do, if it works, is we want to optimize the EAP, but find a provider that is also covered under, I don't know who your provider's, Kaiser, or whoever it happens to be, right? So we'll make sure that we've matched and used EAP and then find a provider that rolls in under that as well. So, and then it's strictly confidential. So employees, for whatever reason, just don't seem to trust EAP. So it's a very interesting thing. They don't feel like it's anonymous. So calling us and us navigating through the EAP somehow helps them, again, build trust with the system.
Is it service fairly quickly?
Yes, so you'll get a Care Companion in under 30 seconds on a phone, and they will, like I was saying, two days to, at worst case, to match, typically within same day matching. And then the appointment time is dependent upon when both the individual's available and the provider's available. So some of that is if the employee is available, and we give them a number of options. But on average, that's been under about 8 days.
So the service to our community, our employees, our residents, students, our unhoused is free, correct?
Free to them, yeah.
It would be free service. All right, I have Vice Mayor Cox, and then I'm going to go to the public. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm an anthropologist too, so.
Oh, wow.
So cool. So I think
So cool.
I love, the ethnography piece where we're going to be talking to the people on the ground. I think that my question is more for staff right now because there's a business element to this with a settlement agreement. And so as I think we've all mentioned, Santa Clara lacks right now these accesses in-house. No matter how we look at it, this is a hub to send people to other places to have their needs met. One of the things that Sunnyvale often brags about is their community resource center. And so that is an in-house food pantry. What I would love to be able to do is have a bigger picture right now. And not saying this is going to be fantastic, because like you said, the data that we pull from this and what we understand about our community's needs can help us build something like that out. I'm wondering, it's not a huge sum of money, maybe over 15 years, I think $850,000. That can't build a community, a fund on its own. But I would like us to consider how we would look towards something like that, where this would directly link to our own resources in-house, and Santa Clara residents could work within Santa Clara to get that. Because I think that my concern before was about the duplicativity of this, and I was curious about Santa Clara counties. They say every resident of the county already has this. But maybe to scale, it's not working. And so I'm very excited about it. But I think that we should all be conscious of that bigger picture that we can be looking at and how we can utilize this data and the ethnographic research to move into something that really is uniquely for our residents and that will impact us on the ground level here.
Okay, that was a comment, no question. Oh, I'm so sorry. No, that's fine. It's fine. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, good. That was a nice, good, long question. Okay. No, that's fine. All right, thank you. So we're going to go to the public now to get the public comments, and then we'll come back for a motion. I had Linda on there, but she's gone now. Oh, no, she's still there.
Here.
Hi, Linda. Go ahead, Linda.
Hello. It sounds great and wonderful. I would love to make sure it also sounds, anytime a salesman sells me everything, I have to stop and think, why and what are they getting out of it? So the questions that I have is, how much is this going to cost? Is it, how much is guaranteed? Do they have a track record long term? And also, how are they going to find out the resources that are already available that they need to connect to? That should be it.
Okay, thank you. We'll try to get those answered, Linda. Thank you. Do we have anyone else that would like to speak? No? Oh, yes, please come forward, Brian. It's free, Brian. Well, not yet, not yet. Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Okay. City Manager, do you think you can answer some of Linda's questions?
Sure. And that's a perfect segue.
And maybe Ms. Ward can as well. Thanks.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. So that's a perfect segue to the staff recommendation. So the staff recommendation is to authorize the city manager or designee to negotiate and execute an agreement with Clara to provide coordination for mental health care and social services to residents and employees of Santa Clara for a 3-year contract in an amount not to exceed $390,000. There was a question of how much that works out to be. So it's rough. It is $130,000 per year. Works out to be their pricing now was a little bit more, but we were able to negotiate $1 per resident, and so that's why it's $130,000 a year. And that $390,000 is for a 3-year period, and then we would also authorize the city manager to take the necessary actions to implement and administer the agreement, typical. And then the last recommendation is approve a budget amendment to expend monies from the trust fund. And again, that is our trust fund for the opioid settlement funds. And so that requires a budgetary amendment. We do receive opioid settlement funds, which is the settlement with the pharmaceutical companies. We've received a little over $500,000, and we're expected to receive over the entire life cycle a little bit over $800,000. And so this will not consume all of those funds. And to date, we have not spent any of the settlement funds, or I think maybe a very small amount, but nothing in large measure.
Thank you. And I think, Ms. Ward, one of the questions from our public member was about your track record, your company's track record. And
yeah, Linda, thank you for that question around track record. We're in 923 communities around the country with 21 million people on the platform that we're helping. Our track record has been over the last, we launched 8 years ago or so, so we have a really nice, strong track record. And then we have been supported by the U.S. Conference of Mayors as a best practice for cities. And in the school districts, we were actually selected as for the SEL Award for schools for 2024. So social emotional learning piece is a big part of what we do.
okay, thank you very much. All right, Council, do I have a motion for staff recommendation? Councilmember Hardy.
I would like to make a motion, and I will say that I Googled, and you get a 4.2, and there's always one person that's really ticked off no matter what. So that's really good to say that. And I would like to make a motion to authorize the city manager to negotiate with Care Solace and the rest of the recommendation 1, 2, and 3.
And I will second.
All right, thank you. We have a motion and a second for the staff recommendation. Yes, I'll be supporting this recommendation. I think that in today's world to help with mind, body, and soul is important, and this is one of those missing pieces that will help us fill some of the gaps. So, all right. I have a couple comments. Councilmember Gonzalez? Your light's on.
Yeah, sorry. Anyways, thank you for the presentation. I think it's always beneficial for us to offer these services. Obviously, we're a city, so sometimes we don't have that facility as far as the actual employees to do that. But just a comment as far as making sure that we advertise as much as possible. We know that we have our own Silicon Valley Power, which usually people get a monthly bill. So, inserts, things like that. I mean, anything that we can do, because the worst thing would be that we expend these funds and folks are not utilizing them, right? So how do we do that? And working with Santa Clara Unified to do that as well, I think would be important. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I will be supporting the motion, and particularly mental health is so important in current scenarios. People are, for one reason or the other, depression, anxiety, mental health, even in the kids. Like if you look at the teens bracket, they have very high percentage of mental health issues. And my challenge to you as well as to the staff is how we advertise this thing so that people who need help come forward, that they know there is somebody who will handhold them. So that's a big challenge, and we want to have some solutions to that. There are two components. There are people who are having this issue, they don't want to take a help, but there are people who want to take a help, but they do not know the resources. So that's a big challenge. I would appreciate if you can put forward, and I'm not asking that plan right now, but in collaboration with the staff, with the schools, with the city employees, city HR team, I would like how we can disseminate this information to the community proactively that, hey, there's a resource available at no cost to you, which is available to get you on the right track, basically. So with that, I will say I'll support this motion.
Thank you. Assistant City Clerk, roll call. We're ready. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you, staff, and thank you, Ms. Ward. We appreciate your presentation. All right, moving on, we're going to item number 6, approve introduction of an ordinance amending Article 4 Stadium Pilot Program of Chapter 5.05 Solicitors and Peddlers of the City Code to make the Stadium Pilot Program permanent. Chief Morgan, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Chief Morgan, with the first of 2 items that we have before you tonight. And generally, my practice is going to be either to come up here and give a little bit of context, or in this case, just introduce the subject matter expert that's going to present for you. Tonight, that's going to be Lieutenant Dustin Silva. And prior to his promotion, he acted as our exterior operations chief at Levi's Stadium. And that put him in the parking lots, managing these situations firsthand. He is the most knowledgeable voice in this realm in our department. So with that, I give you Lieutenant Dustin Silva.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Welcome, Lieutenant Silva.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council, and City staff. As Chief said, it's Lieutenant Dustin Silva, and I'll be presenting on us trying to move this pilot program to a permanent city ordinance. So a quick synopsis of some of the background. In January 2019, with the Senate Bill 946, it limited our enforcement authority ability against these illegal sidewalk vendors. So early spring into the summer, that's where the recommendation for the pilot program came and was adopted. We needed to look at the health and safety aspect for our citizens and the fans for coming to the Levi's Stadium, yet still provide an avenue for these vendors to come and sell their goods in a regulatory fashion. We began our process through education, and that was through our first 3 events in 2023. Provided flyers both in English and Spanish to all of the vendors that we would come in contact with, which was no less than 700 English flyers and 700 Spanish flyers throughout those events. In September 2023, the ordinance was effective and the pilot program began. We established, obviously, that first year, we just didn't have enough data, and in January 2024, that program had expired, and in March 2024, we extended the pilot program 1 additional year to gather more data and make sure that we were doing things properly in the most effective manner. And outlining the pilot program, really it was our communication plan to these vendors prior to implementation and during the pilot program. Our enforcement plan was also jointly done with the county health department, as well as some of our own city staff. Potential partnerships that we included, as I said, with County Health. We also had ABC and other merchandise vendors from the NFL assist for some of these educational efforts. The pilot program had a fee and tax waiver of up to $30,000 that was originally agreed upon. Like I say, 6 of the vendors utilized that to a sum of $2,600. We had 1/7 had theirs revoked, so their fees were not waived due to them selling alcohol illegally on a merchandise permit. We also had 10 food vendors that had applied for permits but didn't meet all the regulatory process, so did not get a permit through that process. This was a copy of our community flyer. This is what we would hand out. We had one, like I said, in both English and Spanish. It talked about who was being affected, the pilot program in general, some of the data. We had permit requirements. We advised them of the permit fee waiver and allowed them, with our phone number, directly to our permits department for any further questions that they may have. The pilot program had the following prohibited areas. Sorry, the map's it's a little small, but we really wanted to emphasize not allowing the vendors in some of the high traffic areas where we have pedestrian and vehicle traffic due to the health and safety concerns of our citizens, as well as the safety concerns of these vendors that they were going to be setting up in a high traffic area. A review of the pilot program, we had 29 major events that had occurred since the pilot program. I mentioned the flyers that we handed out. We really wanted to identify these supply vans. Most of our problems came from our food vendors. It was not from our merchandise and from any other items of sale, but we really saw the health and safety concerns of these food vendors. So that's where our early intervention and most of our efforts went towards. We issued compliance admonishments to the unpermitted vendors, and that was mainly through the assistance of County Health. We did issue 3 administrative citations to unpermitted vendors and had a significant positive impact on compliance. The proposed vending areas is the same as the pilot program. The only thing that changed was a portion of Old Glory Lane, and that was to keep it open for vehicle traffic on egress, just to help be more efficient with vehicle traffic towards the end of the game. Some of our recommendations that are from changing from the pilot program, like I said, was modifying that lane of Old Glory Lane, and also needed to regulate the size and manner of each vendor's operational space to a 10 by 10. So that way everyone had the legitimate space that they would need to vend and it would be kept in such. And that would be the end of my presentation. Open to any questions?
Thank you. I had asked about the modifications. So were those the only modifications from the pilot program were Old Glory and the size? Were there any other modifications that you felt you had to make? Thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant Silva. My understanding was that we had the county health department come out at some of the events, and did they check? I know Howard has mentioned many times that the food was not stored at the right temperature, it was not cooked at the right temperatures. And I know that sometimes it's hard to get the county's attention to come out. How often does the county come out to check? So I wanted to understand that. And then secondly, it seems like very few people are getting these permits. Do you have any thoughts about how we can encourage more people to get the permits? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. My question is, I know we have a proposed prohibited vending area right now. Keeping in view, like going forward, like we have a FIFA, we have other, maybe we have a bigger events in the citywide in other geographical locations. Can we think of implementing this, the same program in other areas where we propose to hold bigger events? Or for that matter, why not consider whole of a city for that matter?
All right, Vice Mayor Cox.
Thank you. I just wondered the educational piece and the cost of that, 1,400 flyers in color per game, and it sounds like we got 5 returns of investment, 6 on that. I wonder if that piece is going to continue. And when we talk about the fees that were attached, I'm wondering if you have any statistics or numbers about if we actually gathered those fees, because I'm assuming it's not a collect on demand, a fee. How many of these people that received tickets for this were able to pay? Did we get money back for that? Does that make sense? Yeah.
Thank you, and Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So it sounds like the pilot program was successful as far as the implementation. I mean, it doesn't sound like our police department was unable to enforce it. So just a question as far as like, is this going to work with being? Is it enforceable? Is it something that the police department can do? I guess the second question I would have is just looking at the map as far as the enforceable area. It doesn't show that anything down Lafayette, usually south of Tasman, I would say, is in there. I'm not sure if that would be something that would be looked at, or if we saw problems, maybe issues in the future, would that be something that could be, looked at as far as maybe some of the vendors are going down Lafayette there south of Tasman, and a question I guess more for city staff is how do we maybe work with some of the neighboring cities as far as letting them know, okay, if you have residents who might want to sell, because it doesn't seem that it's probably an issue here with maybe a residence, but I've heard of other folks from other areas, other cities coming to sell during event days. So how do we kind of, publicize that for our friends in, neighboring cities to let the residents know?
Thank you. And I have a question. So I've been out there and I have seen especially the food carts. I have seen them deployed where they look like they all come from one company. They'll all come out at the same time. They look alike. The carts are alike. And it looks like they're just deployed from one company. Has that been your experience out there? And is there one company, sending out a majority of, I'm just talking the food ones, the food vendors. And is it a matter of going to that company and working with that company? I know there's maybe rogue ones out there as well, but it seemed really organized that they were all deployed at the same time. And I think that's it for the questions.
I think I got all that down.
Okay.
Perfect.
Do your best. Thank you.
So Councilmember Hardy, I believe that you had asked about some of the modifications. Was it only Old Glory and maybe the size? That's correct. We did do some modifications as well, just to our actual permit that you filled out. We left some of the personal information out that was unnecessary to receive a permit. But other than that, that's all of the changes that were made. Councilmember Jane, the county health efforts. County health would come out and provide, they would do education as well, but they were checking the temperature of the foods, and they were checking, making sure they're being served and stored in the proper manner. The effort, when they were able to come out, we would try, obviously knowing that they serve the county, and there's other conflicting events, we would want to make sure we had them at some of our higher attended and bigger events. So they came out last year on 6 different occasions throughout our NFL season and for the soccer games, and that was what we wanted. We have been partnering with the city of San Jose to ensure that both of our city codes kind of mirror each other, so we're not duplicating efforts, since many of the vendors are going to both venues. So county health was able to have a similar impact on vendors that we would see at other city events. So they did come in person for ours on 6, but they act on our behalf on many other events throughout the county based off of their efforts throughout those other cities. And there is very few permits. Let me get the exact question right now. We can only encourage everyone the best we can. We give them all the ability through those forms. I think the hang up on some of the food vendors is the lack of desire to become permitted. But everyone that we come in contact with is given the same information and the same ability. So I'm not sure much more that we can do on our end to encourage or increase the ability for them to become permitted and regulated, except continue doing our same process that we are doing now. Councilmember Hall, I think that there are other city events that do maybe have vendors at time to time. I have been out at several of them. Obviously, when I was assigned to special operations, we just didn't see the same health and safety concerns that we see at the NFL or Levi Stadium events to make it a priority at that time to create an ordinance that also covered over that area. We just hadn't seen the health and safety concerns from our standpoint in those areas. Vice Mayor Cox, I believe the educational efforts, the flyers, we see the same vendors over and over, so they all have been educated. We stopped the paper flyers in mass kind of earlier on, unless we did keep some on hand just in case we had new vendors, because we owe them that for the educational purposes. But most of them have already received their education, so I think the educational efforts on our end and county health ends have kind of ended, and we've gone more towards the enforcement action. I believe, and then you did have a question about the fees. I believe with the 3 administrative citations we had, I do not believe those fees were paid of the administrative, but we saw more of the effectiveness of county health. When county health did come in assistance, they would impound a lot of the food, potentially some of the equipment, and we saw a huge return on investment for that. Those vendors we rarely saw come back. So leaning and with the assistance and partnership of county health, we definitely saw a return on the efforts that we had collaboratively. And Councilmember Gonzalez, I believe, to your question on Lafayette, when county health has come out with us, they've done similar checks because they are someone selling. We had maybe larger setups along Lafayette, specifically at Lafayette and Hope. I believe we had one large setup. They were contacted, and after they had their enforcement conducted, had never returned. We don't necessarily see the same mass of the carts come in that area just because there's not the same draw for their potential customers. So I haven't seen the effects where we would need to do the enforcement in Lafayette or educate, just because I just haven't seen the problem in that area. And Madam Mayor, to your question, it does look very similar, and many of them, I believe the equipment is just the same. We do see that there are companies that, the Venmo and stuff might go back to one general person that's usually not in our area, in Los Angeles, San Jose. And we've worked with some of our intel unit as well as the neighboring cities to try to do enforcement on those kind of hierarching companies. But yes, we see the same problem with vans that come with literally van loads of these carts, and they kind of offload, and scurry off.
Unload at the same time, and they just march on and like in a line. Like I've never seen anything like it. So
our efforts at the beginning of the game specifically are to find those supply vans and do our enforcement there, so they never even make it on the property. Unfortunately, with staffing and the ability of 3 or 4 of us conducting enforcement, it's tough on the amount of those cart vendors we see towards the end. The big success was on the larger scale vendors that were selling almost like a bar setup, alcohol, food, unregulated, and that we've completely cease and desist. It's those carts we do have a problem with in continual, but our efforts are encouraging, and hopefully we can make an impact.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much for the questions. And we're going to go now to the public. Oh, Councilmember Jane?
I just wanted a clarification on the permitting. I'm reading from the staff report, and it says SB 946 prohibits cities from regulating sidewalk vendors unless cities establish a permitting system that is consistent with the provisions of SB 946. And I think what I heard you say was we tell them about the permitting, but there's little we can do. Is there a way for us to kick everybody out who's not permitted under SB 946 if we've established a pilot program?
If I'm understanding your question, that is what we do. If we see vendors that are, knowing that we don't have anyone permitted that doesn't have a permit for food, if we see any food vendor in the area, then absolutely, that's what our efforts go to, is making sure they're out of the area. So we don't have anyone that's permitted to sell food within the stadium footprint, or even in the permitted area that we've designated for them and for the ability to sell. And
okay, so if they don't have a permit, they're banned. They're not allowed to sell.
That's correct.
How is it that so few people are getting permits then?
I can't speak as to why someone isn't completing the whole process. There's several steps in receiving the permit, probably a lot of it to do with the insurance to sell food.
I see.
I think is probably the hang-up, but I would making an assumption. I don't know why people aren't getting the permit. We've given them the ability and the education to do so, but they have failed to comply and to complete all the process to receive the permit.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think that's it for the questions. So we're going to go now to members of the public. If there's any member of the public that would like to speak, please come forward. Welcome.
Hello, my name's Howard, the hot dog dude. I can tell you right off the bat why they really don't want to go into the permits issue. They don't want to pay taxes. I have to have a resale tax permit. I file my taxes, I pay taxes on everything that comes in. That's one of the big issues, paying taxes. You know, we'd all love to keep that tax money. It's actually about 10%. So, but I want to really thank the city attorney and the city manager, because a lot of you have not been around as long as I've been coming in here and asking for something to be done. And these are the first two that stood up and figured out a way to make this happen. And then the police department, I've been working with them for years and years, and it's really good to see that they're finally able to get some support from you guys to bang this out. I'm not used to only that kind of minutes. But I have been in contact with the state assemblyman, Pat, here, and I told him that there's holes in that SB 946 that our city attorney and city manager has figured out how to help and fix that, because there's a lot of public safety issues there, and it needs a lot of funding. These guys are running on a budget to keep that whole area safe on a very shoestring budget. So I hope people do come out and basically it's come out of the dark and start doing it the right way. It's easy, but thank you.
Thank you, Howard. Is there anyone else here in the chambers? If not, we have Kathy online. Kathy? Kathy? Are you, you're unmuted. Go ahead. Can't hear you. Can't hear you, Kathy. Yeah, move her over so she can speak. I think I actually have her on. Is she on panelist? No. Hello, Kathy? No? Okay. Can't hear you. All right, we have 4440. Go ahead, please. You're muted. Press star 9, I think. Unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can. Welcome.
Okay.
You got
Thank
you got 2 minutes. Go.
Is that all? Okay. So anyway, thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the opportunity to call in this evening. I'm so happy to see that this pilot program being brought forward. This was an important program that I had approached the police department and the city about, especially after hearing Howard Gibbons talk about his frustrations with competing with illegal vendors out at Levi Stadium during events. And after seeing it firsthand, I felt very compelled to bring this forward, and was so happy that the police department got engaged, then creating a program, the pilot program, and working on it. And even though they've had challenges, but they've worked very diligently and in an attempt to make this successful. I appreciate all the time and effort that has been put into this by our police department, working with the county and ABC to make our vendors that are working legally to have a successful business out there at the stadium. And especially going forward, when we're looking at FIFA and Super Bowl next year, we need to make sure that our vendors that are doing the right thing have the opportunity to earn a living out there at the stadium, and also protect the residents and the attendees that are coming to the events. So thank you for bringing this forward. I hope that it will pass successfully. It's a good program, and I know there are still challenges, but I believe in our police department that they will continue to work with the county and ABC to make it even more successful. So thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for all your help on this, Kathy. Is there anybody else that would like to speak on this item? If not, we have Vice Mayor Cox.
Just had one clarifying question. I was looking at the. Hello.
There you go.
You said we've only had 3 people that we actually gave the monetary violations to, but reading the ordinance, it says that anybody without possessing a permit would get $250 for their first violation. So I'm wondering if we're not, perhaps I'm reading it wrong, but if I was an illegal vendor and knew that now my tab was up to maybe $750 or I'm wondering, are we not giving these monetary violations out when we have the ability to? This is kind of a kill and eat model. We're not obviously making any money. It's costly. So I want to make sure that if we have the ability to give tickets for this, that we are. Am I understanding that incorrectly?
No, your point's very valid. When we work with county health, their enforcement model, they're allowed to seize and impound food, whereas obviously on an administrative citation, we cannot because there's no evidentiary value. So when we contact a vendor with county health and they are impounding that food, it's much more, we've seen much more impact at that time. So could we also throw on a citation on top of that as their food's getting impounded? That we could, and we haven't. Probably in the spirit of justice, they're getting all of their items taken away where they can no longer vend. So then when we see them again, we haven't seen repeated offenders when we actually seize their food and they've had their food impounded. There's just so many vendors that it's impossible for a very small team to do that through everyone. Additionally, we see all these vendors out there. Our time and effort, we look at when the proper time to do enforcement is. Sometimes it's not advantageous or safe for us to conduct enforcement later in the event, so more of a show of presence. So for right now with the staff and our abilities, we go very, very hard at the beginning of the event to do as much education, as much enforcement as we can. Those 3 citations came on the events when we did not have county health support, and then that was where the ability to issue the citations. But yes, if we don't have county health there, our mode and model of enforcement would be to issue citations to as many as we can that are not in compliance with the ordinance.
Okay, so now's the time for approval of this, to waive the first reading and approve a permanent ordinance. Do I have a motion?
I move staff's recommendation.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for the recommendation to approve the introduction of an ordinance regarding solicitors and peddlers to make the stadium pilot program permanent. All right, when you're ready, Assistant City Clerk, please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Chief and Lieutenant Silva, and everyone else involved in this, City Attorney, City Manager, Howard, Kathy, everyone that was involved in this. Thank you. All right, Chief, so the next item we have is action on award of purchase order to Braun Northwest for the Mobile Incident Command Vehicle and approval of a related budget amendment. Chief Morgan?
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. And for this item, I would like to give a little bit of big picture context for this item. Mobile incident command vehicles have become foundational pieces of equipment for law enforcement. They give us command and control of critical incidents. They are standard in the county. In fact, every agency in the county has a mobile incident command vehicle, save for the smallest two, Los Gatos and Los Altos do not. Our current vehicle is over 20 years old and was previously the city's bookmobile. So I think we're in store for an upgrade. For the full presentation, though, I am going to turn it over to Captain Luis Martin for the details.
Thank you. Welcome, Captain Martin.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members, members of the public. Like Chief Morgan said, I'm Captain Luis Martin. And I'll be presenting this item, the action on awarding purchase order to Braun Northwest for a mobile incident command vehicle and approval of the related budget amendments. The mobile command vehicle is a completely self-contained command post designated to provide shelter, access to department computer systems, and during extended events. The vehicle can be utilized to facilitate pre-planned events that require on-site planning and incident command, or to respond to rapidly evolving incidents such as major accidents, mental health emergencies, barricaded suspects, hostage situations, terrorist threats, natural disasters, Levi Stadium events, and large-scale community events as well. To effectively respond to these events, depending on the incident, our agency has the following vehicles: a mobile incident command vehicle, crisis negotiation team vehicle, armored rescue vehicle, and the crime scene investigation team vehicle. Each vehicle is uniquely equipped to support its designated function, carrying critical specialized equipment and supplies. The two vehicles you see on that slide, the photos, one is our current mobile incident command vehicle, and the other is the crisis negotiation team vehicle. Both vehicles, like Chief Morgan stated, are past their 20-year lifespan, and one in particular is 23 years. And the one on the right is that bookmobile. They're very old. Our potential new vehicle is pictured there, not that one exactly, but the blueprint is an ongoing design. Staff is recommending purchasing the replacement vehicle, the replacement mobile incident command vehicle from Braun Northwest under the Houston-Galveston Area Council of Governments Cooperative Purchasing Agreement that meets or exceeds our city's competitive bid process. Staff has reviewed the pricing and determined that Braun Northwest price is fair and reasonable, and it can be delivered ahead of the 2026 events, which benefits the organization. Staff is requesting authorization to issue a purchase order to Braun Northwest for the replacement mobile incident command vehicle based on project scope and resource needs totaling an estimated $586,213, with a 10% contingency of $58,621 for a not-to-exceed amount of $644,834. Assembly Bill 481 requirements. The specifications of the replacement mobile incident command vehicle qualify it as a military equipment under the provisions of AB 481. Since the acquisition of the mobile incident command vehicle is not identified in prior AB 481 annual reports, and the anticipated delivery timeline is 10 to 12 months, the acquisition will be incorporated into the next AB 481 annual report, which will be presented to the public and the City Council in spring of 2025, replacing the item in Category 5. The recommendations are to authorize the city manager or designee to execute a purchase order with Braun Northwest through the HGAC Cooperative Purchase Agreement for the purchase of a mobile incident command vehicle based on project scope and resource needs totaling an estimated amount of $586,000 to $13, inclusive of taxes, applicable fees, in a final form approved by the city attorney. 2, authorize the city manager or designee to execute change orders for the not-to-exceed contingency amount of $58,621, 10% of the total, for a not-to-exceed amount of $644,834 to cover unanticipated costs such as minor configuration changes, subject to the appropriation of funds and in a final form approved by the city attorney. 3, approve the following fiscal year 24-25 budget amendments. In the general fund, decrease the police department operating budget in the amount of $196,917 and establish a transfer to the vehicle replacement fund in that same amount. A majority affirmative council vote is required for this. In the vehicle replacement fund, recognize the transfer from the general fund in the amount of $196,917. Increase the capital outlay appropriation in the amount of $489,834 and decrease the unrestricted ending fund balance in the amount of $292,917. 5 affirmative council votes are required to recognize additional revenue and for the use of unused balances.
Sounds like creative financing there.
The cars are old.
Wow. Okay. Thank you for that. Are there any questions from the council? For Captain Martin? Yeah, I might have a couple here. Councilmember Hardy?
It is on. My only thought was, I made a comment, how do we justify the cost? Because we don't have anything to compare it to. Obviously, we need a new vehicle. I think that's not in question. But I just wondered, I was listening for justification and heard that staff said it was a reasonable amount. And I just wondered if what we compared it to. Because it's not like I could look it up online or anything. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gonzalez?
Thank you for the presentation, and thank you, Madam Mayor. I would just mention, or I would just comment to see, as we know the ICS system is very important, and this vehicle would be very instrumental in facilitating that we find ways to, and I think we've already found ways to work with the school district to make sure that, we're on the same page if there's ever an incident, and that we are, and that they're knowledgeable as far as ICS and how do we incorporate maybe some training. I know that there's been training in the past. I know the Agnew site was a training facility for many law enforcement agencies back when it was still before it became 3 schools, right? So it's been a good relationship that the district's had with the police department, and this vehicle definitely would be instrumental. You know, we never want to see any incident at any of the schools here in Santa Clara, but you know, we got to be prepared as well. So hopefully there's some if there's any training with the vehicle that's maybe kept in mind, that to do some training maybe with the district as the vehicle is you know, brought online. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are the questions from the council.
Great. First, I'll address Councilmember Hardy's comparison of vehicles. Just to clarify, were you saying comparing the 2 existing vehicles versus maybe another vendor?
Well, I just wonder, what was the justification for going with this one? You just mentioned that there was some comparison done, and it's a large amount, and I want to just make certain.
Great. It's a very valid question. We did do research on that. In fact, like Chief Morgan said, every agency in our county has one of these. And we reached out to them and we asked how much they paid for theirs. And on an average, considering inflation, the average price for those vehicles was $775,000. So in relation, just comparing price, this is a lot cheaper. However, not just relying on price, but we also want the ability to choose the proper command vehicle. In this case, we looked at another vendor as well. Unfortunately, that vendor was coming in at maybe $900,000 is what the final cost would be after you add the 10%. Not only that, but they could not meet our deadline, and obviously we're getting pretty close. In addition to that, the vehicle they had was not customizable to meet our needs. As you saw in the staff report or the council report, we're looking to combine use for this vehicle. So.
Thank you. Other question?
Yeah. In terms of training for Councilman Gonzalez, you had a question about how this could be incorporated into training. Yeah, just like we do with many other equipment that we have, we incorporate that to response for any incident like I listed earlier. This can be used for many different incidents. Active shooter, namely, one of our concerns at schools, but whenever we respond to any major incident, that would be utilized in those incidents. So we're certainly going to incorporate that into training for that as well.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Cox, do you have a question?
Yeah, I wanted to know, under the Measure J compliance, it says that there will be a vehicle rental charge to the Stadium Authority. With the upgrade of this vehicle, does that rental charge increase? And does that fall under kind of our cost-sharing model that we have with public safety costs?
Yes, absolutely. So the answer to that is a rental rate practice is consistent with Measure J. The actual rate has not yet been determined. However, the rate would include the amortization cost and also not the replacement cost, and then also the annual maintenance of the vehicle itself. And depending on the number of events, it's anticipated that the rental rate would be approximately $5,000 to $10,000 per event. The current vehicle being replaced also charges a rental fee per the event if it's used at the stadium. Any joint use between the city and the stadium, public safety vehicles, we charge per event a rental amount.
Can you turn on your microphone, please? Sorry.
And that is the Stadium Authority that is uniquely responsible for that payment?
Yes. So Lieutenant Martin said it. It's about $5,000 to $10,000 just for the mobile command vehicle. That is a charge, that an invoice that the city provides per event, and it is paid. The money comes directly to the city. Depending on the event, it's depending on who pays it, right? NFL event is different from a non-NFL event, but certainly it's a city invoice that the city does receive the funds for.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to go to the public now. Councilmember Chahal.
Well, a follow-up question on that, City Manager. We have a public safety cap right now of $360K per game, right? This rental will be outside of that limit, right?
When we say public safety costs for events, it's all inclusive, so it's personnel, equipment, and important to note, the term public safety, when we're talking about public safety costs for the stadium, is not just police and fire. It also includes our public works personnel that set up barricades and provide other support.
So this will be included in that 360 cap, basically?
It's included in the cost of personnel costs. So
Thank you.
if it's an event with a cap, it certainly is included in that.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
That means the stadium authority will pay for it for football games. The public will pay for it. Councilmember, did you have something to say? Karen? Oh, okay. All right, we're going to go to the public now. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this issue here in the council chambers? Online, do we have anyone? Okay, may I have a motion for this recommendation? Somebody?
I'll make go ahead.
Staff recommendation.
All right.
And I'll second it.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councilmember Chahal, second by Councilmember Hardy for the staff recommendation to purchase these vehicles. Please register your vote. Are we waiting? Councilmember Park, register your vote. It's not a touch screen.
Yes, it is.
And that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Captain and Chief. Appreciate that. All right, next item we have is to note and file. We have Silicon Valley Power biannual update. City Manager?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor and members of council. This evening, the City Council will receive its biannual Silicon Valley Power Report, which will be presented by Manuel Pineda, Chief Electric Utility Officer. The update will include a few items. One, the growth plan and system limitations. Second, we will talk about system expansion projects, as well as a number of milestones in the coming months. Council will also receive an update on other Silicon Valley Power strategic priorities, technology projects, and completed and upcoming actions. With that, I will give the floor to Manuel Pineda.
Thank you, Director Pineda, and it is before midnight, so yay. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. I know I feel like I should step away and maybe come back in a couple of hours. No, I don't think so.
No,
right?
not really.
No, not
No,
really. Appreciate that. And see, we're looking for the clicker. There it is. I covered it up.
It's next to the purple squishy.
I know. I was actually going to ask about that, but it's making me smile, so I won't ask it. I'll just go with it. That's nice and positive. So thank you again. It's a pleasure to be here today to talk about our biannual update. I do want to let you know that I have quite a few members of the team here with us today. We have Nico, we have Chris, Kathleen, Deanna, and Rachel from the SVP team who are present as well. From an agenda perspective, the city manager kind of went over some of these items already, but we're going to talk about our growth plan update and system limitations, something you see quite often. There's some other strategic priorities, and as I was putting this presentation together, I noticed some items that we probably hadn't touched base on probably for a couple years. So I wanted to go back and just touch base, on those items that had been a while since we presented to you. So we've been so focused the last couple of years just on the growth plan in those projects. Then, as always, give you an update on the system expansion projects. There's quite a few things happening over the next 6 months that are going to be very significant. Wanted to touch on technology projects. I haven't done that probably in about 4 years or so. So I wanted to let you know where we're at. Because Councilmember Chahal, you asked some questions about rebates last time. Just put up one slide of rebates, and Kathleen and Rachel can, of course, provide any more detail on questions you might have. And, of course, the 6-month look ahead as to what's coming up. See here? Here we go. So from a load growth perspective, you see this table and this chart all the time. And as you can see, we continue to grow. And as we talked about before, the growth is happening. We reached 2 new peaks in 2024, might have been 3 new peaks. And it just continues forward, and we expect to double our sales over the next 10 years. So from a growth and expansion perspective, so you've seen this slide many times, but I want to slow down a little bit since it's not midnight tonight. I can take a little bit of time. to talk in detail about some of these items. So as you know, in 2019, when I joined SVP, I joined sometime in the summer. In late 2019, we had a strategic session with the SVP executive team. And as part of that process, we did one of those things where kind of we sat in the room for half a day, got out the whiteboard, and we talked about all the priorities that everybody might have. Based on that, we kind of look at categories, and at the end, let's say, okay, so what are our top 4 priorities? And the growth plan was definitely one of those because we knew growth was climbing, and we had to accommodate that growth. But there were 3 other priorities that were added to that, and we have touched base on those before, but like I said, it's been a long time. One was a maintenance program, and we wanted to make sure that we start doing proactive maintenance in city facilities. And I remember back in 2021 and 2022, I had some really cool pictures of all the work that we were doing at our power plants and so on. Our power acquisition strategy, based on kind of what was happening with the markets, the fact that it was much more competitive than it used to be with the CCAs and just the pricing, we knew how to approach that a little differently than we had in the past. And then I think every time somebody has an item like this, like succession planning, always comes up as a priority. So I'm going to hit a couple of slides on the maintenance program, the power acquisition strategy, succession planning, and then we'll come back and talk about where we're at on our growth plan and those projects. So on the priorities, hitting those 3 other priorities, maintenance programs. So this is not intended to be a comprehensive list for you, and I'm not going to read everything that's in there, but I just do want to highlight that for generation, in 2021, we entered into master service agreements that were going to allow us to do a lot of that proactive maintenance, like gas turbines, steam turbines, generators, just be able to work at those proactively on a schedule. You actually recently approved an update to that contract in 2025, at your first meeting of 2025, to be able to continue that work. We also had a predictive maintenance program that we implemented with schedules of work that we had to do, so we were not reacting to things going wrong. And trust me, things still go wrong sometimes that we don't expect. Chris is always, and now Nick, who's our new assistant director, always have to react to that. And then we had a number of capital upgrades that we needed to implement. DVR is a fairly new facility, but at this point it is 20 years old. But then if you look at something like Gianera, right, that was built in the 80s. So as you can tell, doing capital projects up front is very important to make sure the facilities keep running. From a substations perspective, I was doing some interesting reading as I was going back to some old presentations and trying to figure out when we last talked about this. In 1987, the city had 12 substations. By 2021, we had 27 substations. We more than doubled, and we had only added a couple of substation positions during that time frame. And I had a specific council report on that a while back, 21 or 22, hard to remember at this point. Today, we're at 32 substations. And this year, we already energized 1 substation, and we'll be energizing 2 more in 2025. So just in 2024, we energized 3, and in 2025, we energized 1, and we'll be energizing 2 more. So that was kind of like an example of kind of the things that were happening. So we added a number of positions in substations, and with that, we also did a predictive maintenance program that included a lot of the elements that we wanted to be proactive on. Thermography, partial discharge testing, transformer oil testing, all the things to make sure the facilities kept on running. In addition to that, just this past year, the staff did this in-house, developed a maintenance program, a formal maintenance program, signed in the mid-2024, and they're doing a phased implementation of the maintenance program for substations. That'll continue to 2026. At that point, we'll be caught up, and we'll be able to kind of just keep on regular maintenance. And then for our transmission and distribution groups, if you remember, we came back to you in 2020 and later in 2022 with some pretty large tree trimming contracts. And we had the contractor that we were going to use, but also changed our approach at the time with a new tree trimming philosophy. We just didn't focus on the schedules as to when we're supposed to trim a tree, but also on the circuits where we're seeing issues were happening, and we would work on those circuits to try to address issues in advance. In addition, just this past year, you also approved 2 new contractor contracts for our transmission and distribution group, who will be helping us doing that work in the future. And actually, just this past council meeting, you approved a lease for a new yard where those contractors will be located in addition to some city staff. So that's some highlights of the maintenance programs. Like I said, looking back at my presentations, it had been think, over 2 years since we had touched base on where those things were at. Power acquisition strategy. There's 2 things that we really had to do on power acquisition. One is we had to be more aggressive on power purchase agreements. So, historically, right, if you look at where we were at 10 years ago, we were always very competitive. The pricing was what it was, and there wasn't as much competition out there for renewable energy. With the goals of the state, a lot of cities and utilities have much more aggressive goals for renewable energy. Things got more competitive, and we knew our pricing had to be more competitive so we could go after those contracts, especially with the CCAs who were kind of coming into the scene and really kind of wanted to kind of show that they were going to be part of it. The second part is we wanted to focus on feasibility. So we had entered into a couple of contracts, and many of you, I know one of my favorite names of any contract, Viento Loco, right, which I love the name, but unfortunately never came to fruition. And I know they're back under a different name, but part of that was feasibility, right? We entered into a significant contract for that project, but the transmission line to connect that project to the systems never got built. So we did 2 things. We said we got to be more aggressive, and when we're looking at future projects, we got to see what the feasibility is. And what we do with the team, which is a small but mighty team with only 1 person who's fully dedicated to this, and then 3 staff members who help partially on it out of Kathleen's group, we have a monthly meeting where we look at all the projects that we're looking at negotiating with, and then we rank them. We rank them on kind of where we think we're going to end up with them, medium, high, low, and the feasibility. And we have both our own process that we follow, and then with NCPA, they also partner with them to do the agreement. So over the last 5 years, that group, and then I also just can't forget about Dan, our incredible attorney over the last couple of years helping us with that. We have entered into over 1,400 megawatts of renewable energy. And I think that even more important note is that over the last 3 years, we got over 90% of those 1,400 megawatts came over the last 3 years. So very significant. And right now, as we're looking at all the things we're exploring an additional 1,400 megawatts. Now we know all of those won't come to fruition. It's a small percent of them that'll come to fruition, so we always keep looking for more and more. And because of the renewable energy goals, as well as our growth rate, we're always fighting to keep up with both those goals and getting more renewable energy to the city. Lastly, on succession planning, this is one that I think every organization I've ever been to, like succession planning, is always at the forefront. Following those meetings we had in 2020, we added 24 new positions over the next 2 years. And those positions varied from operational, from management. One of the things we did, which we found surprising at the time, and this was Chris and Kevin and I, that SVP didn't have a safety manager and didn't have a dedicated compliance manager. And actually, we just hired that safety manager, and they just started February of 2024, so almost a year in the city. So very, very fortunate to have that. And then working with the city manager's office this past year, we were able to add 12 more positions across the teams as well. So that does 2 things. One is allowed us to add positions where we needed them, right? Whether it was management positions, operational positions, things like the safety manager position. But also it allows us to create succession planning within the organization. Like, for example, in engineering, right? We were able to create groups with division manager, principal, senior, program managers, where there's growth opportunities within the group, and people know that growth opportunity is there. A key item for us coming up here in 2025 is there's going to be a staffing and organizational plan that's going to be done for SVP. Those contracts are now executed. I think we're having the kickoff meeting, looking at Nico here, coming in the next week or 2. So we're going to work with the city manager's office on that, and we'll determine what the staffing plan for SVP should be as we double in size over the next 10 years. And as I told the council when we added positions, those 12 positions in 2024, my expectation is that more staff will be needed. And I know Kathleen definitely wants more staff for that power acquisition group, where she has 1 full-time person and 3 part-time who do other things as part of that process. So those were the other priorities that came out of that process, and I just wanted to provide you that update. Now we go back to growth and expansion, and I know you've seen this a bit before, but sometimes I go very fast through it because I'm here pretty late at night, as we joked at the beginning. So as we talked about previously, the peak limit for our system, or system operating limit, is about 750 megawatts right now, and that's for a peak load. And based on all the work we've been doing over the last few years, we're planning for a peak of about 1,300 megawatts. Our current peak's about 722. Now, to show you how things have changed, right? When I was looking at this in 2020, our peak was under 600 megawatts. So when I used to tell you, right, we are gonna double in size, it was based on those 600, less than 600 megawatts we were seeing in 2020. But even at 722, and even with the 750 system operating limit, we're still like increasing by almost 100% once all our projects are built. And like I said, 1,300 is the number we have, but obviously it's gonna be plus or minus within that range. So as you know, we did two priorities we had to do. We had to work with the CAISO, right, for transmission capacity. And of course, we had the SVP in-city projects that we have to build that we talked at length. And I added this slide again. You've seen this before, probably at least a couple of times, because the key thing for us is no matter what we did internally, we had to get transmission capacity from the CAISO. And as I mentioned, right, we sat down in late 2019. In 2020, we started work on this. You know, we had some minor delays of COVID where we had to reprioritize a few things, but we got working on this pretty quickly. And I think I was just having a conversation with Councilmember Jane a few months back about this, and that's kind of why I said, let me go to this again. So to give you perspective, to get a transmission line approved, usually it's like a decade-long process. And the team who did this work in SVP, they started in mid-2020. And by early 2022, the CAISO had approved a new transmission plan that included the new transmission line to the city. So that was incredible work by that team, doing all the modeling, working with the CAISO. My part was small, right? Supporting them, going to the Board of Governors and everything else. But they were doing all the work, meeting with, submitting the loads. We went out there, I told you before, took pictures of data centers actually being built, so they believed us that these things were coming. And a year later, CAISO had selected LS Power to build and operate that line. So in less than a 3-year period, we went from, we need new transmission, to the CAISO selecting a builder and operator of that line. Current schedule is still 2028, right? That's the schedule they held from the beginning. We have not heard any different on the schedule. They're still sticking to the 2028 date. And we meet with LS Power on a regular basis to see where they're at and what their needs are. Obviously, they have needs within our city. They're going to be connecting to our facilities, so we meet regularly with them. And then in October, I came to the council and let you know this, some possibly exciting news that when spoke to the council in October, that the CAISO was looking at increasing the capacity of that line. So in November, the CAISO Board of Governors approved that line to go from 500 megawatts to 1,000 megawatts. Very significant, and I always want to remind people that power is not dedicated to us, right? It's whoever can use that power along the way will be able to use it, but certainly we have shown the load need, and I know there's a lot of people wanting to connect to it, but I always go back and say, hey, SVP staff's been working really long for this, and we want to maximize how much of it we're able to use, but it's going to be whoever can use it. So the CAISO board did approve that in November. There's a number of steps LS Power has to do now with studies and a few work, because changes will occur as part of their line. Doesn't really affect us very much, but it does affect the rest of the line. But very exciting and good opportunities. In addition to that, when this occurred, we were informed that the CAISO is looking at additional transmission opportunities for the city. And whether coming from the south, how can that connect? What could the options be? That's going to be a 2025 discussion between us and the CAISO, and as well as all the other stakeholders, to see what's possible and feasible. So I don't have answers for you on that today. I just know that I owe you a conversation about what it might take to go from where we're at today, 700. You know what we're trying to do to get to 1,300. And if you want to go to beyond 1,300, obviously the transmission looks like it's happening based on a lot of hard work, but we got to figure out internally what that means for us as well to be able to bring that power within the city. And always don't shy away from telling you there's probably some very tough policy decisions as to what that might mean. But we're not there yet. It is one of my goals to be able to start talking to you in 2025, and I think it'll be probably spill over into 2026 as well. All right, major expansion projects. So I've spoken in length about the 3 large projects, right? NRS, KRS, SRS, and the 115. So some of the actions you recently took for NRS, KRS, and SRS is the bond financing. We had the first bond issuance, which was very successful. We'll be here in 2026 for a second bond issuance. And as key highlights for the SRS and KRS, Scott and Kiefer, we are finalizing the bid package. And actually, Chris and I and Nico and Ali, who you know Ali, she's actually our project manager, working with our project management front on this, had a very long meeting on Friday, working on some items, working through some issues. We are looking at advertising that project in February 2025, so next month. So it's a significant item moving forward. In addition to that, we also have NRS. And that one, while it's not a full reconstruction, is very, very complex. And that one we're looking at advertising a month later. So if you really think about this, we will have 3 projects over $400 million worth of work that will be out on the street in the next 2 months. Significant for any jurisdiction. It's incredible for us to kind of have all that work out there at the same time. I do want to note, as I was acknowledging to the team on Friday when we were having this meeting and just working through issues and items and looking at everything else, that I've been very fortunate to work on a lot of projects over my career, and I do have to let you know, these are some of the most complex projects I ever worked on. We have the issue that well on materials and getting materials, and transformers taking 3 years, breakers taking a year, everything that's going on. In addition to that, there's certain work that can't happen except for during certain times of the year, right? Like winter, when we have less power usage. So we got to take outages at certain facilities. And if that's not enough, right, we're very thankful to the city manager's office team on helping us with figuring out what days we can work during World Cup and during the Super Bowl. So there's a lot of pieces that are happening in this project. And the construction part, if you were doing it in the middle of nowhere, probably very straightforward. When you're working on existing systems that you have to keep operational, and then you have these events that are happening at the same time, and then you're trying to time it all with materials that are going to be coming in that you've been buying now for like 2 years ago. Very complex. I find it exciting, but very complex. And then lastly, the project we talked at length before is the 115 kV transmission line. The next things you'll see on that is easement acquisitions. Those will be the next big steps. That's not coming to bid and construction later on. It has a much shorter construction period. So the next 2 slides, I don't expect you to read everything. This just to give you and the audience a flavor of all the actions that have been taken by the council over the last 4 years to get us to this point. And there's another slide as well. So that was only, and this does not include everything. And I was having a conversation with Deanna this morning, and I think we said if we included everything and all the actions and all the conversations we had with you when we used to do these meetings quarterly, right? And we used to get an update every quarter. There were other actions that were taken. It's probably closer to 40 or 50 bullet points that we would have there, just discussions with the council and actions you have taken. So there's been a lot of work, and a lot of work I know the team appreciates from the council, all the support we received along the way. So that's the projects. The one I haven't given you an update on for a while is also the battery energy storage project. As a reminder, that's one that took longer because there were issues that occurred with trying to acquire batteries at the time, and then we switched from owning the batteries. We'll no longer own the batteries. We're just doing a power purchase agreement. And that's a significant project for us that should be operational in early 2026 because it will help us with a number of things, including renewable energy, reliability, but we're getting close to that peak in the system operating limit. So those 50 megawatts is going to help us peak shave during those periods where we think we're getting close to the system operating limit of the city. So with that was all the stuff related to the expansion projects, and obviously a lot you'll see over the next 6 months. When you look at the 6-month look ahead, you'll see that the contract awards are probably coming to you June of this year. Then I wanted to talk about some technology upgrades. So the outage management system, I have presented on this to you before. Obviously, as you know, we do have a map that we implement that's manually done. With the OMS, everything's going to be electronic. They'll be able to communicate with the customers. You'll be able to sign up for lists to get information, and we'll have a new phone system as part of this process. So summer 2025 is when we're looking at having something fully operational on this. We just had the kickoff meeting. We just got the first batch of data to our consultant today. Today, yes, today. So that's moving forward. Because we are entering into battery projects, as you know, we have solar projects with batteries that are not within the city, but outside the city and PPAs. We also have the BES project that's within the city. We have new software that we are preparing an RFP for, so we can do that better. We have our new customer rebate system that's going to be launching for residential February, March of this year, so it's coming along. And then for commercial customers, summer of 2025. And the benefits of that is going to really increase capacity because it's going to decrease the amount of labor, manual labor that we do as part of it, and decrease processing time. So it's going to allow the team to just be able to offer more rebates because we'll have the capacity to do that, and it'll benefit the consumer, and our customers, not just because they have more rebates to choose from, but also because they'll be able to process them quickly and get their money faster as well. So a lot of benefits associated with that. So that's coming, the first part of it, February, March of this year. As I mentioned, that's why I had to highlight that we do have a safety manager that started in February of 2024. We do have a safety training program that we're implementing. We have a computer-based training platform for all of SVP staff that started January 1st. And we started on 2 new contracts last year. We went through the process. Those contracts should be executed by February and ready to go for hands-on safety training for all our operation crews. And then the last thing is we're looking at, we're going to be implementing a work management software tool. That contract was executed last year. And what it's going to do is going to change what we do manually now when there are emergencies and we have to do call-outs to crews. We have to schedule in crew managements where our operators that are in the operating room have to take the calls, do everything verbally, make calls, write everything down. Everything will be automated. So we're looking at having that implemented in mid-2025. Like I said, the contract is executed last year. We're going to ramping up to be able to get that done the first half of this year. And lastly, we have some GIS upgrades that are coming our way. We have our Autodesk Vault, and that's just a storage system for all our drawings that we don't currently we have them in a server, but this is going to be connected to GIS. This is going to allow people to share drawings. It's going to allow people to make modifications to those drawings. It's going to make sure that we have version control as part of it. You approved that RTC late last year, and we're finalizing the contract now. Then we have to do also a GIS upgrade. That's something we're required to do because our previous GIS system will be obsolete at some point. That RFP was released last year as well. And we're reviewing the proposals now, and hopefully we'll be executing the contract soon. A lot of highlights to that, and I'm not going to pretend I know enough about GIS to tell you everything that's happening. I did go through it with our GIS folk when they present, and go through contracts with me, and much more technical on GIS than I'll be. The key thing for me is that with those updates, we're going to do 2 things. We're going to be able to have a GIS application that's extended to our crews. So our crews will be able to have GIS information out in the field, which is hugely significant. And once we do that upgrade, and we're starting this in parallel, we'll be able to do the new asset management system. That's also going to be GIS-centric and connected to GIS. So we can go ahead when we have new equipment and new materials coming in, we'll be able to connect those through GIS. So if we're placing a new transformer somewhere, through crews taking it out from the yard, putting it out there, being able to scan and just update that in the field. That's because we have to wait for the GIS upgrade and migration. That RFP will be published later this year. So we start that process in parallel, but we can fully start processing and doing that contract once the GIS work is completed. And then on customer programs, 1 slide, and I'm trying to be responsive to the feedback we had at the last meeting. We do have a lot of programs, both residential and commercial rebates, and we mentioned this last time. But we also have a number of new programs that are launching later this year. We have tune-up programs and rebates for solar and HVAC. We have residential retrofit electrification, and we have residential new construction programs that are coming your way. And as I mentioned, I know I was just talking to Kathleen and Rachel that when our new software comes up, we're going to be looking at ramping up additional programs as well. So with that includes my entire presentation. I do want to note some of the next 6-month highlights. For KRS and SRS construction contract, as I mentioned, we're going to be out to bid in February. We expect to be back to you with the construction contract in June. You know, I'm always very hopeful that we have multiple contractors bidding on those projects. I'm going to bid those as one package, just because they're so close to one another, it just makes sense. Then we have the NRS construction contract that I expect will come to you in a similar timeframe. That contract is very schedule driven because we want to take an outage this winter on NRS to be able to meet our 2028 schedule. So we are very focused on getting that out, and we're working through a number of last minute items to get that bid package out. One thing I didn't note at the beginning is that outside of the big projects that we talk about on a regular basis, we're probably working on another 14, 15 projects that are also related to the expansion, right? And one of those, as an example, is the Northwest Loop upgrade. We're going to be reconductoring all our Northwest Loop to create additional capacity. We're also looking at transformer modifications, transformers re-ratings. We're doing a number of things to try to increase capacity above and beyond those 4 projects I talk about, and above and beyond the other 50 capital projects that we have to work on a regular basis. You're going to see some property acquisitions that we've spoken about before that are going to be coming your way for future flexibility and needs. We're going to talk about easement acquisitions, property leases, both for our secondary staging yard as well as our new office building. We talked about this a while back. Our lease is expiring. We're getting a bigger lease. We're going to send you either some feedback on what our community solar findings are. That contract's being executed now, so we can start doing that work and look at feasibility. And as always, multiple contracts and agreements. We'll always have a lot in front of you. And lastly, I already mentioned this already, but I'll mention it again. I told you before, I'm trying to catch a breath by getting past June and just getting these contracts awarded. But we do need to have this policy discussion on additional growth, right? And what that means. If we're going to get to 1,300 megawatts, we did the CAISO work to get us more transmission. What is it that's feasible and possible for us to do internally? And beyond that, right, what's acceptable to the council from a policy perspective about how much additional infrastructure we're going to have in the city. So a busy 2025 and 2026 coming up with some big policy discussions. That concludes my staff presentation, and of course, I'm available for any questions, and the team's available for any questions.
Thank you, Director Pineda. That was quite comprehensive and gave us a nice snapshot of how busy you all are and what's happening, and the growth is pretty tremendous over the years. Mind-boggling, actually. So I do have questions from the council members. Let me see here. Hold on a second. We'll start with Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. First off, I have to tease you, no more caffeine. You've got to calm down. That was a very fast one. I was trying to take notes as fast as possible because it is our update.
There's no caffeine in that drink he's drinking.
I don't know. He's on fire tonight. I had one general comment. There was one place where you, quote, this is the teacher in me, but you said Enterprise Asset Management System and then put EAM afterwards, which is very helpful because this is also for our public. But you're speaking in government letters and in electrical letters, and I think sometimes that would be very hard for our public to follow what CAISO is, and SRS, and KRS, and GIS, and all of that. So just a thought, that helps when you do it that way for our public. My questions were, we ordered a bunch of transformers a while ago, and we knew it was going to be several years, and they were quite expensive but necessary, and I wondered where that was at. You talked about Brilliant rebates, and I didn't know if that was the merchandise rebates that go for our residents. I wasn't quite clear because you talked about that before and then mentioned the rebate program. The transmission, the northern transmission that I know is going to be coming to our northern station there, and it will actually come through our water treatment area. So I understand that is a go. I thought that the southern transmission was more positive. You made it sound like that was a possibility, but we don't know yet. I had I guess I had heard it was more positive than that. I was just wondering. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. And a couple of questions. Like, I know we are right now focused on 1,300 megawatt growth, right? And with that growth, do we know how many data centers or what is the projected growth of data centers we have? We can suffice that requirement too, basically. And if we already capped that requirement for all the data centers, what is our plan to let future data center know, hey, we are capped at 1,300 for next whatever X amount number of years, and we will not take any more data center expansions or new data centers. So that forecast about the business growth, basically. And CAISO's the LS Power transmission line from Newark to Northern Receiving Center, basically. You did mention that LS Power transmission line is anywhere from 500 megawatt to 1,000 megawatt. Do we have a rights on that, that we will get minimum of X megawatt from that? You mentioned that it will be shared between different entities, but do we know, like, is there a bar, like that's the minimum we will get out of it, basically? That's one. And also, I know you did mention the tune-up programs for the rebate. If you can throw up a little bit more light on those rebate programs for the residential and businesses, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane.
I know you talked about the battery storage system. Of course, the news has been on fire about Moss Landing. And I'm wondering if you can talk about how this technology is different than the technology used at Moss Landing and why fire should not be an issue here. And the benefits of it, like how it reduces our tax charges and increases our reliability. Then I don't know if you could talk about virtual power plants and demand response, if there's any plans to implement that. And then in terms of electrification, I know Palo Alto is upgrading a ton of distribution transformers. What is our plan for electrification? I mean, they're changing out almost all their poles too. And I know we had some issues a couple of years ago where we had 5 poles snap in a heavy windstorm on Homestead. What is the plan to deal with stronger wind events to increase reliability? And then, of course, I will keep pushing about the status of Green Button Connect. Thank you.
I had a couple of questions. One is the battery energy storage project. Do we have any purchase agreements? And if we do, you don't have to say who they're with, but do we have any interest in that? And just kind of a follow-up on that CAISO line. I know they're going to possibly provide an increased amount of power. Do we have even a ballpark of what we hope to achieve in that? I know our demand is going to be pretty high around here with the business development, and just wondering what we can expect, if we can expect anything at all. And that's it for question. Oh, no, Councilmember Park. Councilmember Park.
Thank you very much, Director Pineda. It's very interesting to have you be the reason we're staying later instead of the opposite. I do have a couple of questions. I mean, one of the priorities is power acquisition. And what happens if we cannot acquire power at cost? I mean, how are we controlling acquisition costs to protect residential rates? I often hear residents say that they are not looking at solar because SPV prices are so pretty darn good that it's not really a slam dunk for them. I hear about things like curtailment because I hear that the state of California is generating a lot of solar power to the point that we get negative energy costs during the daytime when solar generation is the highest. I mean, this leads to the mayor's question about energy storage. It seems like energy storage would be one of the biggest features that we have. In fact, I don't know where that factors in along with acquisition. I would think that if we can get to the point where we have the problem of negative energy costs, that would be a good thing for lots of reasons, even outside the city of Santa Clara. I mean, how can or how will additional generation help lower costs? Especially if we can get, local or home, house generation. If we can get houses to be self-sufficient, that would also change our energy model and the way that we deliver energy. But I think it's something that we need to consider because it's already here for some communities, and I don't see a reason why we shouldn't consider it here in Santa Clara. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you for the presentation. I guess I heard a little common theme as far as like, is there a sweet spot? Do we want to get to 1,500, 2,000? At what level would it be almost detrimental for us or our customers to implement such a system, right? Is there some level, some in the future, and would there be? I know the house that I own that my kids still live in with their mom. We had Silicon Valley Power provided a rebate back in 2009 or so, which facilitated the solar panels that were there because it didn't make sense to a certain extent putting solar. But would we facilitate more rebates for our customers with rebate programs to add solar? So I guess just that is there a sweet spot, and would there be other incentives for our customers to add organic power, I guess?
Thank you, and I think those are the questions.
Well,
quite a few, Manuel.
No, it's actually great. I was going to say, well, before I say, I'm going to take the questions. I'm going to ask Kathleen or Rachel to take the rebate question, whoever's ready at the end. So I'll take the rest of them. But I was going to note one first. Great note. I think I've been up here talking about Kiefer and Scott and all that stuff so often that I just get used to calling them KRS and SRS. So I'll make sure to be a little more careful on that. And I think I just meet on those projects too much where it becomes second nature to me. Second of all, I have two pages of questions. So I guess that's the benefit of being here at 9 o'clock instead of midnight.
You've got a minute per question.
1 minute per question? All right, here we go. No, I'm just kidding. So I'll won't necessarily go in order, just kind of look at them in batches here. So you asked about the sweet spot, right, and 1,300. So when we started looking at this system, right, we looked at how much more transmission we were going to get and what the capacity was going to be, how much we could get out of that, and what projects we needed to do to be able to get there. So we're very thoughtful that there might be an opportunity for additional capacity in the future. So when you look at what we're doing at Kiefer Receiving Station, Scott Receiving Station, and Northern Receiving Station, KRS, SRS, and NRS, we set up those new, like for example, KRS and SRS, we're going to double in size their capacity. But in addition to that, we're also creating capacity for even future growth as well. So we're taking those systems we're building now, but also creating capacity for future if additional growth is needed. So we're building that into all the large projects that we're already constructing. On the sweet spot, it's going to be a combination of things, right? One is there's going to have to be a policy discussion with the council about how much growth. And what I told the council before in previous years, that if you realistically talk about everybody who wants to be in the city, all the large customers, we could easily triple in size from where we were to like 1,800. And if you think about everybody we talk to, you could probably quadruple in size. But there's going to be limitations there. At some point, there's physical limitations as to how much infrastructure you can put in our city, right? And then there's policy discussions as to kind of what the council would like to see from a policy perspective. So it's going to be a combination of both. At one point, I'll come here and tell you, physically, we just can't fit any more growth in the city, right? I don't know what that number is. And then two, policy, right? What is going to be acceptable from a policy perspective, whether it's infrastructure perspective, land use perspective, whatever that might be. So we don't know what the sweet spot is, but those are the two categories. One, physically, we just can't anymore, and two, policy, what's okay and what's not okay. On the, I think I'll just go down the line here. So on the, where I took my notes, on the battery energy storage project, that is actually, we have agreements already in place for that project. We have a vendor who's going to own and operate the facility, and we have entered into a PPA, a power purchase agreement. So those are already in place. When I told you I don't have enough room to put all the bullet points that everything that's been through, those are items. I think we had 3 items that came along in early 2020s for you to discuss. So those are already moving forward. Had a couple of questions on the 500 megawatts and the 1,000 megawatts, and how much power we think we're going to get out of that. So there is no power. If you ask me, right, after all the work the team did, we should be the only ones who should be getting any power. But at the end of the day, right, we have a private operator, private builder, who's going to sell the power to whoever has the power available. So there is no allocation to it. I will say that we're in a very good place to receive that power because all our projects are lining up to receive that power at the same time as the LS power line being built, right? Everything's lining up till 2028. And I will also note that we have the development that's already being built that can use that power as well, but it's not allocated to us. And then, initially it was 500 megawatts. It's now 1,000 megawatts. And, we hear discussions, the team hears it all the time about people trying to get allocation of those extra 500 megawatts and so on. We are part of those discussions, but nothing's committed to anyone. They're going to try to make money. They make money based on transmission access charges to use that line, and that's how it's going to happen. But we're well positioned to do that. There's a question about transformers. Where are the transformers? Actually, we just checked on that last Friday, and we are sending inspectors up to Korea to look at those transformers. We're having a very good relationship with Hyundai, and that's all moving forward, and it seems to be going well. We have a lot of materials and equipment. I would say some are smoother than others, but the transformers actually seem to be going okay right now. The transmission, yes, we talked about that is going to the water treatment facility. We actually have been to the water treatment facility to see where that's going to be built. The southern transmission, so we had discussions about that in the past. So that line is also being upgraded to 500 to 1,000. What we have heard from the CAISO is that there's a lot of interest for us to be able to also use that transmission. Now, that's a complicated project, right? Because that transmission lands somewhere in San Jose, Coleman Avenue by the airport. So then we have to figure out how that power gets into Santa Clara. I do have to tell you that as staff is working over the next year, we're already looking at possibilities of where equipment and material, where equipment could go, that's needed. We're also looking at NRS, which will have to take on more, and we're looking at spaces that with our new project, where do we have flexibility to leave additional space for future growth associated with that. So that's going to be a process that we're going to have to go through. I feel positive there might be options, but once again, right, those options will probably include some policy discussions with you as well as to what's acceptable and not. On the 1,300 megawatts and how many data centers and how much power the data centers are getting. So I would say it varies by data center. We have substation agreements with them. Those substation agreements include load ramps. They're both signed by the city manager gave them authority to do that, and then they're signed by the data center. So there's no one number for each one. The big discussions we have with the data centers is about how much load they actually use to how much they say they need, and that's a discussion I feel like I have on a weekly basis, right? And we have all our historical data as to what we actually see, and they have all their data as to what they think they're going to see in the future. And we have continuous back and forth to that, always good discussions. I would note that I've still yet to see a load ramp that's given to me that actually meets the aggressive load ramp that we receive, but we work with them. They're really good customers. We'll all try to achieve goals, but the substation agreement is what dictates that. In addition to that, right, it's not all just about transmission capacity, it's also about our internal system. And as you know, most of our big data centers are fed through our 60 kV transmission loop system, and they're all at different stages. So we have to work through that from an operational perspective. But The way we do it with all our large customers, we have what are called system impact studies, SISs. And that system impact study looks at their load ramp, kind of where it's at and where it's going to be in the future based on the projects that we're doing. So that we do those every year, and then we meet with the customers every year. Now I'll tell you right now that every year when I give them their information back, they always want more, but that's a process that we work through. So we have a process in place to be able to do that. And then we're talking about communication. Yeah, a couple of years ago now, I think, is once we thought that we were pretty much with all the projects that we had, that the 1,300 were probably going to be accounted for pretty quickly, we actually did a letter for people who wanted to come in and said, we no longer can do system impact studies for you because we're not sure when we can feed you. Obviously, somebody can still get entitlements. They can choose to go forward with their project, but we let them know that there's system limitations. For other land uses that are not data centers, much more feasible, but if you're proposing to do a 5 megawatt project compared to a 99 megawatt project, big difference. And then we talked about that. On the solar and the cost to acquire power. Yeah, I think one of the things we talked about last time is the fact that we do have a large customer base actually helps us with power acquisition because we're able to go after contracts that are much larger. So that gets us better pricing. And that's, I think, when we're here for a couple of our large contracts, we went through that. And in fact, when you look at our NCPA partners, we actually piggyback on our work to be able to get the pricing we get. So we're able to get better pricing, larger contracts, because we have a large customer base that we otherwise wouldn't be competitive for. Totally agree on the solar and residential is something we hear all the time, that the return on investment, because our rates on residential are almost 60% lower than PG&E. So you can imagine if you put solar panels at the PG&E side, you get your money back pretty quickly. If you do it here, not as quickly. So that's an outstanding issue, and it's a big question, right? That's come up. It's single-family residential solar feasible at any point when our prices are so competitive compared to the installation of solar panels. On energy storage, yes, Councilmember Park, that's something we are doing. We're doing the internal one. I think one of the last big contracts that was in front of you was a combination of solar and battery storage. So we're able to use that not just when the sun's out, but also use the batteries after the fact. And I think just piggybacking on one of the questions Councilmember Jane had, the solar, the battery storage within the city provides a lot of benefits. One is we're able to collect more renewable energy when we can and when it's out there and when it's cheaper. It creates more reliability. For example, if there's going to be a PSPS event or anything like that, we can just hold the batteries. So now if we're going to have to kind of lose load, we can use that battery that's already within the city to be able to do that. And also, because we're getting close to our system operating limit, it allows us to do what's called peak shaving, where we can use the battery to help us facilitate that peak as we get close to it. So lots of benefits for having that within the city. And then for the battery energy storage project and fire, I certainly don't want to speak too much about Moss Landing, right? I can tell you that we do have a different technology, right? We're lithium iron phosphate. We're going to be using Tesla batteries. That's not what's happening in Moss Landing. We're also going to, the Moss Landing batteries are stacked. Ours are not going to be stacked. We also have a whole program in place on the maintenance and operation that includes things like a thermal imaging detection system and a number of other things. So I don't want to speak too much to that, but I can tell you that it is a different technology and it's a different vendor, and we don't have a stack system like they do, and we do have them separate, so they're standalone units. So which helps if there's an issue, it's focused on that one unit and controls what occurs through the entire system. On electrification, so certainly all the projects we're doing, all the big projects and small projects will help with that. We don't have a program in place for like localized transformers and specific pole replacements yet. Probably something we'll have to look at in the future. But everything we're doing with the PPAs, the receiving stations, reconductoring of facilities, all that stuff helps because it doesn't just accommodate that growth, but accommodates all growth throughout the city, and the fact that we can add additional transformers into all the projects we're doing as well to create additional transmission capacity. On the green button connect, and I know we talk about that often. So where we're at on that one, there we go. We are looking at timing the green button connect, and I'll tell you, we had some contract issues. Obviously, we're sometimes, we're not as big as a utility as some other utilities, and getting attention from our vendors is different, and sometimes contracts can get a little difficult. But what we're trying to do is trying to time that with the Smart Energy Water Portal that's going to be coming up soon that Finance is the lead on. That's supposed to be operational by end of 2025. And then probably we would follow up in early 2026 because then they will incorporate the green button for it. Even if all our software updates are not done, Kathleen and I were talking today about how we can still implement it within that time frame, even if it's not everything we want at the beginning, but everything we want at the end. So it's going to be time with the Energy Water Portal that's supposed to be done by the end of the year. And then we have here, button connect. I think that might be it, except for the rebate. So I don't know. Kathleen? All right.
Good, then you can take a breath.
Now I need caffeine.
Yeah.
Good evening, Council. My name is Kathleen Hughes. I'm going to talk on a couple things. First thing, so we are in the middle of an electrification study or electrification upgrade plan for our system. Of course, we're trying to prioritize our things between staff and, what's our list of priorities for 2025. So we're in the vendor selections phase right now, and I think that packet is coming with the AECOM's upgrade later with the rest of our distribution system and large projects. With the Brilliant tool, when we talk about the the rebate tool, it's really a data processing tool where customers can put we have all these requirements. You have to have this application, you have to have these pictures, you have to have this permit, and it's one data repository to really help us streamline the process and really streamline the payment process through that. And then it allows us to ramp up programs quicker. It really helps, the checks and balances and really get more out of what we need from our programs. You talked about what we're doing for demand response and VGI. We've looked at many things over the last 5 years, like virtual peaker and others. We are piggybacking off a contract, or actually we're part of an RFP with NCPA, and we're looking at WeaveGrid's technology to do the platform. We really, even though we have a high adoption rate here, and I can't tell you what the percentage is, unless we have more of the large customers participating as they electrify, like businesses and fleets, we really don't have that economies of scale to move the dent for demand response. So it's something we're monitoring, it's something we're looking in, and to really see how we can have residential participate, even though it's like 6% of our load, even other type of demand responses. With the programs that we're going to be launching, one thing when you said, Councilmember Gonzalez, when you said, in 2009 we had rebates for solar, we know that those timelines are creeping up. So that's why we're trying to launch, I think it's probably one of the first one in California, like a solar checkup program. So you can actually find a contractor to come check your inverter, check your panels, see what the output is, because we know those systems are starting to age. And then that will help us look at what programs we can do. And for some of that, processing a rebate for solar is very labor intensive, so we're not there with the staffing level yet to process it en masse. I think we have about almost 1,200 active solar interconnections for the residential and commercial. It's still penciling out for customers, especially with the federal tax rebate. Something that came up in discussions today was what happens if those tax rebates go away. We have a solar rebate program for our commercial. If they lose that 30% tax credit, can we cover that with our restricted funds like the public goods charges and the greenhouse gas money? So that is also maybe a concern for residential customers who are already putting this on. The demand to put on solar hasn't slowed down regardless of our rates because it makes people feel good, and we still are in our original NEM program. So we're looking to see, and we, maybe coming back to council on what we could possibly do to help fill that gap if that changes this year and those rebates go away, especially for the people who are in the middle of planning those type of large upgrades. Did I hit everything, or is there any other questions? Anyone?
We have a light. Councilmember Jane, do you have a question on the rebates?
Yeah, the reason why I'm so focused on Green Button Connect is because it can potentially prevent panel upgrades, because you know you have enough panel capacity if your last year's peak usage is below a certain amount. So that's why I'm focused on it, because it really does help for electrification.
And we do have that electrification pilot program for residential, so they can subscribe to be part of that launch to really take a look at that whole home and take a look at the panel. And then if it's really successful, we'll hope to roll it out more so that, you know, if we can avoid, one of the goals of it is if you can avoid a panel upgrade, what can you do to implement it? Is it one of those switches, especially for the garage? I think they used to call them dryer buddies, something, whatever can be the least cost. And we know there will be some panel upgrades, and that's why we've had a panel rebate for years, especially for the smart panel. So we'll keep innovating. We keep comparing ourselves to the, to the CCAs, which is the community choice aggregators that are the municipal-like entities around, and also like the PG&Es and others that offer these type of programs. So we're trying to keep up with the Joneses and then add more. So we're getting more and more aggressive with our dollar amounts. And as we get the Brilliant tool launched, we'll be able to do more. Our hope is to do more.
All right, thank you. It looks like I have more questions. Councilmember Park?
Yes. Director Pineda?
Well, I'm going to have you ask the question, then I'm going to go to Councilmember Chahal and get his question, so.
I'm still talking to Director Pineda.
Give him your questions.
And I understand we have a number of commitments that we've made to data centers that haven't even started being built yet. And your talk about back and forth that we're having about power schedules for data centers that say this is what we need, and you say, well, this is your usage, your actual usage. And as someone who has helped manage systems in data centers, I know that I would never ramp up energy usage without a guaranteed margin above my red line, which is really hard to do when you're sharing power with a lot of other systems in the data center. So, I mean, also, it's really hard to scale. Like if you have another data center which does have more power, we can't even scale there because we have to ward against the perfect storm scenarios where the site that we're in that doesn't have the power is going to take the full load, during an emergency. And my question is, how many of the actual use versus the desired, I guess the data centers are coming to you with is desired. How many of those are actually limiting growth, within the data centers? I mean, I understand that you look at past usage and you say, well, you're here, but there is some margin that they need above what they're using so that they can guarantee power to the customers that are in the data centers. And I don't know if, how those discussions are, what's there, because again, data centers, pretty important. Like I said, we have a lot of commitments to data centers and they haven't even been, started building yet. I think that was a pre-requirement for approval. And when it comes to solar, I think that, again, if we can get to a point where residents can immediately see or immediately get power that they can generate without having to increase their costs. What I'd really like is for people to, instead of even moving to solar, just reduce all their electricity use, their energy usage, but this isn't likely. I mean, I always talk about Jevons Law, where if you make a resource, especially an expensive or a hard to get resource, plentiful, usage goes up. And at some point, I hate to say this, but low prices are kind of against what we actually like people to do, which is reduce energy usage. But those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Following up on this screen, basically, so residential new construction, we mentioned the new incentive programs. Do we have any, fillers on that? What type of programs we would be? And also the heat pump HVAC, which is very efficient. usage of electricity basically, and that's for the residential retrofit electricity. Do we have any, or are we just starting to look into it? What are the programs basically?
So I will let Kathleen take that question. I'll take the data center question.
Wait, is there any other questions from anyone? All right, go ahead.
Sorry, Mayor, I got in front of.
It's okay.
Right there. So on the data centers, yeah, completely understand your point, and those are conversations we have with them. And, we do have all the historical data, and, fortunately for us, we have a lot of data in our city, and we have actual usage data that we work with. And we have those conversations because we do want to try to provide the power that's needed. At the same time, we want to make sure we don't have what I call stranded power that never gets used but is committed to somebody else. And those are issues we got to deal with because if the sales don't happen, right, we're still paying for the infrastructure to get that power into the city. So Councilmember Park, there's no like one A or B answer to that. We work with each data center individually. We have formal documents that we enter into agreements with, such as substation agreements, and then we have our formal system impact study that we use to determine kind of what their load will be and what their expectation of load is. I will note that when we look at what we expect the load to be, we are also conservative and usually say we are likely going to account for more than we expect, but not by a 50% margin or 100% margin, which in some cases might be the request. So that's just a process we go through, and I'll tell you, I think it's not easy sometimes for them, it's not easy for us, but we have some very large customers that we've been working with a long time, and we can work on very realistic load ramps with them as well. It really depends. Each customer looks at it differently, but we have the actual data, and we work through them on a case-by-case basis and on a signed agreement basis, but we do it on a yearly basis.
And then for the residential new construction multifamily, so what you will be seeing probably pretty soon in the next couple months is a contract coming forward about a third-party vendor that actually goes after the multifamily, which is a really tough nut for everyone to crack, especially when it comes to electrification, but really from a new construction standpoint, knowing that our current REACH codes have now been sidelined, they really are going to work with the builders, talk to the builders, and get these programs and incentives going for us. And along with the retrofit program, we are about there to launch. We're comparing to what other neighboring utilities and CCAs are doing to really make it attractive so that we can really push that electrification agenda forward for the city and for ourselves as we go forward. Hopefully that answers the question. You've seen more.
Thank you. I am going to now go to the public. Is there any member of the public that would like to make a comment on this report? I see no one in the council chambers. Do we have anyone online, City Clerk? All right, this is a note and file request.
Motion to note and file.
Motion second to note and file. Thank you very much. That was really comprehensive, and it's going to come in handy to have all that information. We appreciate you, Director Pineda, and your staff for all of this. Motion to note and file, second. When you're ready, Assistant City Clerk. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, next we have our last item on the agenda is action on item number 9, action on recommendation from Governance and Ethics Committee on City Council District Communication Options to be memorialized in the new Council Policy 054, City Council District Communications. City Manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, members of Council. This item before you takes up a communications matter for council members. As you may remember, several council members expressed an interest in communicating directly with their constituents in their respective districts and wanted staff to explore options to include a district newsletter. This topic was taken up after staff research and alternatives at a December Governance and Ethics Committee, and the committee made a recommendation that you're receiving tonight. So staff from our communications division within the city manager's office will present a policy that establishes guidelines and processes for city council communications and distribution to constituents. I will now turn it over to Janine De La Vega, our public information officer. Also supporting her tonight is David Knight, our communications manager, which I know the council knows well because he supports the council with a lot of your communications. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. First time using this. To start off, I just want to give you a little bit of background of sort of how we got here. This was before I started here back in 2019. As you all know, City Hall News, it started as a monthly digital publication where we talk about city news, initiatives, and there was a city manager message. And then a couple years later, council members expressed their interest in sending out regular communications to district constituents. And so what came out of that is City Hall News rebranded to include the mayor's message, and council members were given the option to actually include their own message. City Hall News, it's distributed via our Gov Delivery platform. It reaches approximately 50,000 e-news subscribers. We also archive it on our city website, and it's also promoted monthly on our city social media platforms. And then as City Manager Grogan was mentioning, this was taken up during governance and ethics as part of the work plan for 2024 to review sort of our distribution of the digital newsletter program and also to see how communications were prepared and circulated and distributed for each district representative. So the committee came up and they made a recommendation to create a new city council policy. And the committee recommendation was City Hall News would continue to be issued as the city's monthly newsletter, so nothing changes there. Mayor and council members have the option to submit monthly messages, which would be linked following the city news section, and the city would use existing subscriber lists that we currently use for the city newsletter. Now, subscribers would need to unsubscribe to no longer receive mayor or district news. So the council members would also, besides being able to feature their message in the City Hall News, they would also have the option to send separate additional communications to their respective district subscribers. And such messages would be sent using the citywide subscriber list, also including the option to unsubscribe. Council members would be responsible for developing their own content, and as a side note, best practices should be adhered to. We included in your packet guidelines for council communications using city platforms. So the committee recommendation was that the council member messages would not be limited on length, images submitted, or frequency. A disclaimer would be added to council member messages that their views do not necessarily represent the official views of the city, and city staff would continue to revisit the process and workload, and if necessary, staff would return to the committee if any modifications were needed. So here before you is Council Policy 54, which outlines this process. In the monthly messages, council members would submit to the staff by the third week of the month or by deadlines established by staff. We communicate that usually through email. Staff would review the content, format it in a template, and then staff's review would be limited to typographical errors or grammar and also compliance with the guidelines. And then staff would attach a link to the monthly city newsletter from council members who ended up submitting content to the communications team. For the separate city council member messages, council members must submit the content to staff indicating what their desired publication date is, and that proposed date should be no sooner than 3 business days after a council member submits that. Again, staff would review the content, format it in a template, and our review would be limited to typos and grammar corrections. and compliance with those guidelines. And if the workload creates a negative impact to the staff, the city manager would go back to the council with recommended adjustments. Again, the district e-subscriber list, it's comprised of approximately 50,000 subscribers citywide. And again, subscribers would have the option to unsubscribe or remain on the subscriber list. The way that works is you have a choice of managing preferences or unsubscribe to all, but it would be in a hyperlink in the footer of each district message. An alternative that I want to mention to you is that it's possible to consider providing each council member with the option to grow their own subscriber list organically rather than automatically sending it to all 50,000 subscribers. Staff would promote the e-news district subscription list via social media and other city publications, and you can see an example of that in the graphic up there with Councilmember Chahal. The reason this alternative is just being presented is just for best practices in communication, is to not automatically opt people without their consent to receive messages they didn't sign up for originally, and that approach may frustrate subscribers. It may lead to complaints, and it may prompt them to unsubscribe from all City Hall news. So growing the list organically would help each city council member target an audience that they want to receive news from that particular district. So before you is to adopt this resolution of Council Policy 54 based on the recommendations from the committee, or make any amendments if you choose to. So that's the end of my presentation, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. First off, this database you talked about that has about 50,000. I was curious if it was done by address or if you have the districts linked to that in some ways, because that was not clear. Also, I was concerned a bit about some of your mock-up and the rules, because I know council members cannot have their picture in the city calendar because that is political. And so I was wondering what kind of rules we're operating under. I wanted to make certain we were clear on those before we came up with a new policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I just wanted to explain sort of the motivation of the committee for creating these district lists. It's really that the monthly lists often will not be timely. If there were an event happening in the city that you just heard about, if you had to wait till the next month, you wouldn't be able to send out a message in a timely manner. So that was sort of the motivation of creating the district lists. And I just, as an example, when Supervisor Betty Duong was elected, she adopted the list, because it's District 2 Supervisor, from Cindy Chavez. And so it's just an easy way for a new council member to immediately get connected to a list of people. And whether we want to grow it organically or pare it down is eventually you'll probably get to the same result, but it could take years before you grow a list organically. So that was sort of the motivation, I think, of starting with the whole 50,000. And then I just wanted to clarify that any resident, or I guess any person anywhere, could subscribe to the list. You don't have to be a resident of that district.
Councilmember Park.
Yeah, I mean, I understand what the director is saying. I thought at the time we had a long discussion about this, that the newsletters would simply have links to council member and mayor messages, and there would be no different distribution. For the timely messages, I understand that those would be the ones that you're mostly talking about. And again, my suggestion at that time was to monitor and review, but that suggestion was not taken. My bigger concern is, I mean, we're going to spend a lot of time talking about how we should grow the lists, I feel. But the newsletter communications were just part of the communications that I was really concerned about. I mean, it's actually one of the smaller parts. There were several project-related discussions that really needed, use of some of the other methods of communication that I really, really wanted to raise in priority, such as online meeting support. I mean, without that, I have to schedule a room, and then I have very little opportunity to send out invitations. It's mostly done by hand, mostly done by, I send somebody who has access to a community group, and these are the kinds of things that need to work hand in hand, not just newsletter, communications. These are things that need to work hand in hand. In those cases, I also believe that having a list that you grow organically would be beneficial, but we were also looking at equity, which is how do we ensure that people don't start at a bigger, at an advantage and with an inherent advantage. As Councilmember Hardy brought up, a lot of the communication that's sent out could be seen as political. In fact, there's the mass mailings, which is a little bit antiquated, but there's the mass mailings requirement from the state that says if you send over 200 mass mailings out, then it cannot be, have a political message, and that could be related to why our calendar, which I believe is a physical thing, it gets sent out, may have some limits. But I mean, we really need to look at all things that make a communication like this political. Not just the messages, but also how the messages, who gets access to the recipient lists. And this is one of the reasons we came to this. We had very, very, very long discussions about this. And I feel that to not acknowledge the reasons that this suggestion came about is a little unfortunate, because it makes it look like, well, people just want to send out the maximum number of messages. But it really was about equity in who gets to send out or how the messages get sent out. And again, the thing that I thought is that the newsletters would simply have links to council member and mayor messages. I mean, I believe that was in the motion, and that was and that wouldn't require anyone to unsubscribe. They just don't have to click on the link to the message, right? And at some point, if we want to send out other messages, there was a lot of questions about how that would be. Would that be in the email? Would that be an email that would be a link to the city site when the city site would host the message? And there's a lot of details that are kind of missing in the discussions here. And if there's any additional detail I can provide by staff, I would be very appreciative. Thank you.
Thank you. I read this report, and it seemed like it was a problem that did not need to be solved, and that there was a lot of time and effort and staff time put into something like this that was completely unnecessary. It was back, I think, a little over 3 years ago, as it was in the report, or even longer, that due to many complaints from some of the existing council members that are on that committee, complained that they didn't have the opportunity to prepare their own City Hall newsletter every month. And so everybody on the council was given the opportunity to prepare a City Hall newsletter every month, and we've done it for the last 3 years. I went back and took a look at how long we've been doing it. Every council member has an opportunity to do it, and I know that I've done it virtually every month, and it takes hours to prepare and to get it in and get the pictures in, and it's not a small feat to do, but I've done it pretty much every month. And I took a look at this council and who has taken the opportunity based on all the complaints that came in about not having the opportunity to do it. And the 3 council members, Jane, Park, and Chahal, that are on the committee, have each, in the last 3 years, only done 2 newsletters each in the last 3 years, and I've done, I think, 36. Councilmember Hardy's never done a newsletter for her district, and I think of the 2 new council members, Councilmember Cox, I know, has done 1 or 2 already. So I don't know if Councilmember Gonzalez knows about preparing one and deadlines and things like that, because they're new. So that's our opportunity to get the newsletters out to the public. So having now a policy that pretty much has no guardrails on it, where people can submit, council members can submit whatever they want to submit, however long they want it to be, when they're not even doing the monthly newsletters, which is a great opportunity to connect, especially with your district, it just seems unnecessary. And I have a concern that if these random messages are going out during the month, randomly from council members, people are going to feel like they're getting spammed by the city with all of these, unrelated, because you're not going to your district, you're going to the whole city. And with these messages, just do your monthly newsletter, and you would be able to then connect with the community. I know it takes time and effort to do it, but it's an opportunity to keep things, to keep the integrity of City Hall news that goes out, instead of, these random, who's going to say what's, appropriate and what isn't to go out. I know that my newsletter's looked at all the time by all the different departments, legal and others, to make sure it's not political and it's, it's on task and on form every month. So I feel like there are some guardrails there. This just doesn't make any sense to me. And to have, I'm looking at the Governance and Ethics Committee and the type of things that this committee is spending time on, speaking at events, signing resolutions, doing newsletters to send out. It's all self-serving stuff, when we really should be looking at what the grand jury told us to look at, which is ethics, getting an ethics, this is the priorities this committee should be looking at, getting an ethics consultant, things that have a benefit actually to our public, how we can have better governance on the city council meetings, how we can be more transparent, open, and engaging with our public. There's things like, AI is playing a big role in governance in cities. The governance committee should be talking about those kinds of things. This is not something that is going to benefit our public in any way. And the opportunities already exist for this council to engage with the public. So I can't support this. And it's going to be a tremendous amount of, if any council members actually do this, it's going to be a tremendous amount of staff time to try to work with this, when our staff has, bigger fish to fry out in our community right now. There are bigger issues than this. Vice Mayor Cox.
Thanks. I'll step out in a little bit of vulnerability here about this. It's interesting to hear both perspectives, and I'm glad to hear a little bit about the reason this was important. I think that if I was to address the elephant in the room, and we'll probably spend an hour on this tonight, because in the end, what we're really talking about is an issue that's masked as an issue of a newsletter right now. And I want to approach this council with a whole heart and the ability to say I'm starting with a blank slate. We are 2 new council members. Things can really be different. And so I agree. When I looked at this, I thought, this is confusing to me that the Governance and Ethics Committee is working on a newsletter. So again, it's really helpful to understand that there's a principle behind this, that was thought out. I see that value. But again, I think the unintended consequences, as Mayor Gilmore said, to our staff and to not really address, maybe there really is an issue here where people aren't feeling like they have the ability to be heard. That is not what I've seen happen. In fact, I still think that we often falter, and I say we, in the avenue of listening or talking much more than we listen. And so even going back to the beginning of the meeting, I'm willing for anybody on this council to say, I disagree with the board you were picked for, Kelly, because somebody else might be right. And if you want to argue that with me, 100%, I'm here for the people. And if I'm not the best person for it, then sure, I'm willing to do that. But I want to be honest about why we're doing what we're doing and the real cost that it has. And so I again, when I look at an ethics committee, and I'm sure nobody here on this council has gone out into the public and not heard you're dysfunctional, we want you guys to work together, get more collaborative. Those are ethical issues. And I would challenge us right now, and again, it's pie in the sky, and I know I'm naive and new, but if we can start fresh and just go into this with the right intentions and not manipulate a newsletter, which again, it's the staff who suffers. All these PRAs, it's the staff who suffers. If we're doing things for the right reasons, then we can have a constructive conflict, and you can still know that I got your back at the end of the day, that we're here for the right reasons. But this is alarming to me, and I don't want to mask it as something else. We're not talking about a newsletter right now. We're talking about people feeling silenced. We're talking about people feeling oppressed. We're talking about people feeling like we're manipulating a system right now. And I just want to call that out. I don't know if that invites anybody to talk about the real issues here. Maybe this isn't the spot for it. We've got to adopt a resolution here. But, you know, I am coming into this saying, let's be honest and transparent with each other, and I'm willing to meet you there. But we have a call to our public that says deal with the issues that they're seeing. And I don't think the public's complaining about our newsletters right now. They want us to get along. They want us to work together. They want us to get past this stuff. And so I guess, you know, I welcome 2 more hours of talking with this right now, but I would challenge us all. We got to be better than this.
Thank you. All right. Is there any member of the, Councilmember Gonzalez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you for the presentation. I think, and I'm coming in from the, I just got here, right? So I don't know what the change necessarily is. This, when I saw this, it was a little bit, coming under ethics, it was a little bit, why is this under ethics versus maybe, communication or something? But when I saw it, I took it at face value and saw something that I would assume that the staff has looked at this and said this is something that they can work with, that they've, whatever change, or if there's no change, maybe it's just a codification of what the current parameters are, or the way that things are done. I saw newsletters from my district in the past, but how they were generated, timelines, staff use or non-use, databases, lists, whatever, no idea. So I don't have any idea as far as how that was done. But yeah, so I would just ask, staff has looked at this. Is this something that would impact staff negatively? Are you going to be spending hours to help each district, with their newsletter? If it's something it seems to be ongoing, or there's not much of a change, I would say that putting it into a procedural process, such as Council Policy 54, is not a negative thing. But maybe I'm wrong. So I guess what changes would this really entail from current practice to this policy? And from my understanding of the situation, I guess the 50,000, the list of 50,000 users is what's currently being used already. If I'm wrong, let me know. I'm not sure how that's being used, but so maybe residents feel like they're being spammed already. I'm not sure, right? So just kind of like, what are we doing today? What's the changes, and would staff be impacted in a negative way? We don't want to hire staff to run communications just for the council. I don't think that's what the public wants to see us spend our money on.
I think that's a question, but we're going to hold that for a minute. Councilmember Chahal, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mayor. So, not a question, I think we are all talking about comments right now.
Well, then we'll get his question first if you just have comments. we'll get his question answered. City Manager?
Sure. Number of questions. Mayor, do you want us to go through all the questions that were asked, or would you like us to address?
I don't remember other questions being asked.
Yeah.
Were there other questions asked?
Councilmember Hardy asked a question about mass mailings and pictures,
Oh,
and
I
the city attorney that can address that one. And I think there were a couple other questions embedded in there.
Okay, go ahead, please get them all.
Okay, so I'll navigate through and I'll need staff for some. But why don't we take the first one, which is Councilmember Hardy asked a question with regard to mass mailings and, sorry, you didn't use the term mass mailings, but I believe that's what you were implying. City Attorney.
Thanks, City Manager, Madam Mayor, and Member Hardy. Yeah, your reference and Member Park touched on it, correctly. Your reference to the inability to use, images is a reference to the rules prohibiting certain kinds of mass mailings. And it does seem a little bit anachronistic, but it does apply only to tangible, items, and that's why the calendar, can't include your images. Public money can't be used to deliver a tangible item with an image of a council person more than, in 1 month, period. And so if we put your pictures on the calendar, that would violate, mass mailing rules because we're using public, money for that purpose. Those rules do not apply to electronic, communications. And so this is different. They're not state rules yet on that. Different local jurisdictions make different rules themselves about that, right, to avoid, appearance of things. But we'd be within applicable law for the purposes that we've described with images, on the mastheads. There are some provisions, because there's a few reference to uses for this communication for political purposes in the guidelines that actually prohibit use, of communications for those purposes. Explicitly, district messages should not be used for campaign, or political purposes. That, of course, would apply to the primary, communication as well. And there's other examples of what would be appropriate content and inappropriate content. I can go over those in more detail if people are interested, but wanted to at least answer that question directly.
Councilmember Park mentioned the issue of other meeting support and mentioned online meetings, and certainly the Governance and Ethics Committee had a discussion, I think prompted by Councilmember Park, around Zoom meetings and providing council members with our city Zoom account. And so we're currently looking into that, and I think it would be appropriate to have some staff guidelines, typically how we have for staff. And so we're prepared to do that. It's the type of access to city subscriptions that we provide on a normal basis. And so I know that was brought up at governance, and I believe in other fashions, and so we're looking at doing that, but want to promulgate or provide council with appropriate guidance should you use a city Zoom account, knowing that while you can use a free Zoom account, that oftentimes has limitations, and our enterprise account that has a name that I'm not remembering now has certain provisions for webinars and things like that, but would do it in a non-hosted fashion where we're not providing council with staff support for that, and want to provide appropriate guidelines. Councilmember Gonzalez asked a number of questions with regard to staff's vetting and analysis of this and the impact on staff. I think it's appropriate to step through those. And actually, I also want to, before going there, just reference Councilmember Cox's comments around maybe the reasons for this not solely being communications. Certainly, there could certainly be other reasons at play that I think are you articulated well. Also, as this came up from a staff perspective, one of the things that I think we've been grappling with is as Santa Clara fully envelops and adopts a district model, I think that there were conversations in governance around this being more tied to, now that we have districts, what type of support do we provide to council members to speak to their districts. And there's been sort of other discussions that we've had really around, okay, now that we're in districts, do we have, District X or District Y? And so I think district communications is part of the vein why this came up, but certainly I agree that there are other sort of issues at play. With regard to staff's analysis of this, very, very in-depth discussions at the Governance and Ethics Committee about this topic.
City Manager, could you explain what we do now before you go into the changes?
Absolutely. What we do now is there is a City Hall newsletter that goes out monthly. All council members have ability to write essentially articles for that or a forward to that. And various PDFs are created in various versions of essentially the same newsletter, just with an introduction. And so the mayor, don't want to vouch for your statistics, but I believe they're actually roughly accurate.
Pretty good.
That has not been utilized by every council member, and there have been a few council members that have utilized it heavily. The reasons for that could be many. I think some council members at governance articulated why they had not chosen to undertake that. And, it's an option that we provide, and as staff, we don't enforce it. We simply say this is the tool that's available to you. And I believe that tool was generated in 2021 because of requests from council members saying, hey, the mayor can utilize this tool. We would like to utilize it as well. And so from the staff analysis and staff support, when this was presented to governance, staff did make a couple recommendations, right? You heard one alternative tonight, but staff initially recommended that the amount of times a council member could issue a district newsletter during the month be limited, both in content and number of images, and that there be a time at which that was submitted. And we did that because there were concerns about workload, right? If we have 7 council members and, every council member decides to do 2 or everybody does 1 and, a few people do more than 1, that's a significant workload that we don't have now, because right now we have really 1 and sometimes another council member that has utilized the district, the ability to write an intro to the City Hall news, right? So that would be, while all 7 have the ability, all 7 have not utilized it, and then we would potentially be adding a significant workload. And so we made a recommendation to put some guardrails on that, just concerned about the workload. And the conversation at the Governance Committee was, we understand that, but there may be things that come up during the month. For example, a community meeting is happening and a council member wants to send out a message to their district. Let's not put restrictions on that. Let's allow district council members the freedom and not curtail the amount of images, because maybe they want to be image heavy and not word heavy. And let's allow some flexibility. And so governance requested that. Staff talked about that, I think, a little bit at the meeting, and then subsequently. And then I chimed in at the meeting and said, hey, if we're going to do that, as a city manager, city manager's prerogative will likely come back to governance if it becomes too much. And so essentially, I looked at it as, okay, well, governance really doesn't want hard set parameters. And so we'll treat it as a pilot, and if it becomes too much for staff and the workload is too heavy, I'll come back. If the status quo happens where we really only have, mainly the mayor taking it, utilizing it, then it's not going to be a workload issue. So that's how we got there. With regard to the alternative of the 50,000 utilizing our current distribution list, Councilmember Park was right. There was a robust discussion at the committee around that. And really where the committee landed was, if the lists by district are grown organically, it may take quite some time for district number, X to have a list that's substantial. And so is it appropriate or, is it appropriate or okay to begin with the current list? So everybody begins with our current citywide 50,000 email addresses, and then people have the option to unsubscribe. And we would also advertise, right? Sign up for District 1 or District 2 newsletter. And that's ultimately where the committee landed. And I think staff articulated at the meeting in here that there are some sort of best practice concerns with that, right? People signed up for a citywide list, and then they'll now be automatically enrolled in, district lists. We're not violating any rules by doing that, but we must give them an opt-out provision, which we certainly said that we would do. And so making sure that we correctly articulate that is something that we will focus on. And with that, staff, if I missed anything, if there's anything that you would like to articulate about how we currently do it, feel free. But I think that addresses the questions that were asked.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal. And then I'll go to the public.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just want to touch base. I think city manager did mention that this was discussed in detail, and city staff provided the support, and they did mention that if this thing goes out of bounds in a way that it's put more pressure on the staff, city manager will come back. And one of the reasons like why we are doing this thing in a like additional communication, there have been instances when a particular district is impacted by one reason or the other. Let's take an example of El Camino specific area plan. It is contiguous to my district. And when it comes, and it's practically, I've seen that. Last time when El Camino specific area plan came, I visited all of the butting areas next to the El Camino Real on the weekend. And I distributed the flyer. I said, do you know this thing is coming? And hardly 2 or 3% people knew that this is coming. So if we are able to communicate on these topics, give a chance to any of the 6 council members and the mayor to communicate this type of issue, hey, this thing is coming up on so-and-so date, please do participate, do come up with your own suggestions, that is helpful. Like right now, there will be a survey on Scott Boulevard bike plan, right? That falls in my district. So I will be more proactive to take a feedback from the residents. Okay, and it can be very specific newsletter or a topic which I will not be violating that you do it or don't do it, but at least decipher the communication to my constituents that this thing is coming, please do participate on that. So that's the reason like this was decided that we need to look into that. And this is not hard and fast that this is written in stone that we will not be able to change it. No, if this thing doesn't work out or this thing works out, there's room for improvement down the line, we will work on that, we can improve this thing. And that's why it's coming to the council. Like if we have some more suggestions on top of this, we are here to discuss it and come up with more suggestions and make it more proactive in a way that we can take more response from our residents. And that's one thing. And we are not doing anything special as such. The county supervisor has a newsletter. Different council members in different districts have a newsletter. This thing will improve sort of communication and transparency with our residents. And that's my take. Like it's not always what we have been doing in the past is the best thing we do. We can always evolve and do something different which can be more beneficial to the residents and the council as such. And I object to Mayor Gilmore's statement that this is self-serving stuff. We can debate on this thing, Mayor, a long time, but it will not serve any purpose because there were instances when simply council members asked to speak for 1 minute or 2 minutes, and you did on purpose, you said, no, I will not allow them to do. So I'm not going there, but I'm just responding to your statements. So it's a question of how we can work cohesively and work in a way, improve the communication with our residents. And that's the reason this plan was put forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to ask the staff too, because council members have brought up like public meetings that they want to inform the city that, you know, to attend and that. Don't we have an e-notify email that goes out about all of our public meetings? I just want to clarify that because I know we have a pretty good communication system in place in addition to our ability to write monthly newsletters, which go out to everybody. So I just wanted to clarify that too, that not just the mayor's newsletter, but all the council members, if they choose to do it, goes out to everybody, no matter what. And that opportunity is available at least once a month. But if there's a special meeting, I get e-notifies all the time on public meetings. So I wanted to ask the question about that.
Yes, Mayor, you are correct. We do have the Gov Delivery platform, and people subscribe to City News, and there's different subscriber lists depending on what topic people are interested in, and they subscribe it. Sometimes they do City News, sometimes it's just Parks and Rec, sometimes it's CDD. It really depends on the topic. Maybe it's SVP or police. And we do send out meeting notifications regarding various topics. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, I just want to make sure it's not the council member's responsibility unless it's in their district, but they're not asking for district-specific.
Yeah, when we have a communications request form that all of our departments should be familiar with, and it's very commonly used where if a department wants to get out specific information, they send us a communications request form talking about a meeting, asking for a promotional push to have it sent out on Gov Delivery to all the subscribers. Sometimes they also ask for a social media push, and so we evaluate that request and we usually always grant it, and that's how we push out our messaging. And we also do that with partner agencies. Sometimes the county or the VTA wants to let us know, wants our help in partnering to push out a message, and we also do that as well.
I've seen those as well. Thank you. Councilmember Jane?
Mayor?
Oh, yes.
I'm sorry,
City
can
Manager?
I piggyback on that? Because staff had a discussion that specifically with regard to council members' desire to push out meetings in their district, it may be quite some time before that becomes valuable. Because if we begin with 50,000 and it's the same list, right? One of the things staff talked about is a council member may say, hey, this thing is happening in my district, but if we've already pushed it out, a council member pushing that out may be duplicative. And so we would inform the council member, hey, let's not send that out because it just went out from the city and your district list really doesn't have any more subscribers right now than the main city list now. So it may take some time for you to build a more district-specific list before putting out those individual meetings is not duplicative.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane?
My understanding of the way e-notify works is you subscribe to particular interests. So if the council member, if you're not subscribed to something, like a bike plan, and you're not on the subscribe to the bike group, then you're not going to get the e-notify notice for that. You might get it from your council member, or if it's a school-related thing, like there's a tournament at Wilcox, and you want people to know about that. That's not a city event, so it wouldn't go out on e-notify. So this is just a way for us to inform the public about what's going on in our city better and in a timely manner, because often, you know, council agendas are produced only 3 days in advance of a council meeting, and we have tentative meeting agendas, and we have articulars, and we have other ways for council members to know further in advance. And we want to notify the public that this is going to happen on this council meeting. So that is why, and like I said, we've put in guardrails, so if it does become onerous on staff, then we can always change it.
Thank you. Councilmember Park and then the public.
I'm willing to go to the public first.
All right, thank you. We're going to go now to the public. We've got Brian. Your hand's been up for a while. Sorry, Brian. Go ahead, please.
Oh, no, don't be sorry. It was really interesting listening to all of this. I just want to let you, I used to live in San Jose, and each district had a newsletter, and they also had office hours. I'm not sure if that works within the Santa Clara situation, because obviously the city's much bigger, San Jose much bigger, and I think they have bigger individual budgets too for their people to help them out. And also what was said about the real quote unquote elephant in the room. I'm, as a person who's watched this go on for a long time, and a lot of it, I have I believe in all of you, and I hope that helps a bit, because I really think you can get past this and really do talk about it, because we're going to be heading into some pretty rough times and confusing times, and the more communication out so that the people in each district knows what's going on, and the city's going to have to really come together in that situation. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other member of the public, so I think we have a motion and a second for this. Do we have a motion and a second? Somebody make your motion and your second. Somebody.
Happy to make the motion. I think the motion is to adopt the resolution, and it was unclear to me whether there was in the resolution where we had put in start with 50,000 or grow organically. So my motion is to start with 50,000 and pair it.
I'll second that.
So we have a motion and a second for the committee's recommendation then, not the staff. It's the committee recommendation.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor. You have a hand that came up after.
Wanda, sorry. Go ahead, Wanda. We're still on it. We have a motion and a second on the floor for the committee recommendation. Go ahead, Wanda.
I'm sorry, I couldn't get it technically.
That's okay, we caught you.
Okay, I really appreciate that all you're wanting to communicate and how much time you're spending. And I wish that more citizens were interested like I am. However, I do feel that the communication already is adequate. And I think a lot of the reason that you don't see more people at the meetings, and maybe even the feel for having to keep repeating the same things, is the fact that there's too much communication and it all gets lost. And when I look at this meeting, how late, although it's not going to be as late as usual, and I look at the ethics meeting and the governance that I go to, it doesn't seem to be enough time to cover everything, because this kind of stuff is taking up a lot of time. And I just would like to see us a little more efficient and to think about the public. You're not hearing about the public much, and there's a lot of communication. I think people get turned off. So thank you for trying.
Thank you. Thank you, Wanda. All right, we have a motion and a second for the committee's recommendation. Councilmember Park, your light's on?
Yeah, it was on, and I said before the public input that I would like to wait until after the public input to give my input, so here I am. And I hear many assumptions and narratives and entitlements that miss the point, and no references to the discussions that actually took place. This is one of the things that's kind of disturbing, and it's happening on both sides of the dais, or the dais. And it's true that the people who don't see the problem do not want the change, and we understand that. But I hear accusations of listening more than, talking more than listening, and when there wasn't even any research done in the meetings that precipitated this report. The number of existing messages that were sent, I think that the mayor probably accurately reflected this as a handful of messages from a handful of council members, including myself, is one of the reasons that I did not think that the effect on staff, and we talked about this at the meeting, would be that high, which is I don't think all of a sudden if we had this method of communication, people would be sending 10 messages out per month. I think that the number would go up because there would be more timely ways to do this, but in my case, without some of the other support for meetings, that may not even be true. I mean, I use the newsletter to inform constituents about a project in our district. And because of timing and the distribution and all the issues, I ended up going to local meetings at churches and staying late to midnight, sometimes outside in parking lots in the rain to discuss these issues and talk about these things, because I said I don't really have a city method to host an online meeting. You know, and it's very true. As Councilmember Chahal said, elsewhere outside of the city, different council members and different elected officials in different districts and jurisdictions, they have their own newsletters. And the question that I have is, if this kind of communication is not useful, why is it used in almost every other jurisdiction outside of Santa Clara? I mean, the bigger issue that was brought up and touched upon is, it's true, because of the CVRA lawsuit, we moved to districts as a way of voting, but we never put anything in. We've never actually put in any support for district members. And this includes communication. I understand there's a lot of people out there that think that there's a lot more communication, it's adequate. And for those people, I will say, I do talk to my residents, I do talk to my constituents, I talk to people who care about projects in my district that don't even live in my district, and I do talk to them. And I will also say I have sent dozens of messages to Manager At, copying some of these constituents, and we've received no responses, none. In fact, one of these just recently, 2 weeks ago, I sent out basically stating I would like to start discussions on the support for communications that would engage the constituents on the issue that that email talked about. And I haven't received any responses. In fact, most cases, I go back to residents, I go back to constituents, and I say, did you receive a response? Because I didn't get a response, but it's possible that they said a response to you, and they took me off of that to prevent potential issues. And the answer is, no, they didn't. And now I have to go to door to send out these messages. I mean, I understand some people don't want the change. They don't see a need to do this, but I'm not going to not addressing their concerns. I'm addressing the concerns of the constituents that do want timely responses, right? And instead of saying, well, let's limit all these things, we should look at what would we do if we actually had a district-supported city. We would have maybe a district stipend where district representatives could, use funds, $500 a year to get district-wide communications, to send out, invitations to meetings. But we don't want people, every district member, or we don't want every elected official to set up their own process. It would be really nice if we had a process that was owned by the city and was consistent, so the next council member that went in would not have to build their own lists again. They could just use what was there, and this is why e-Notify seemed like a really simple thing to use. And we went this route instead. I mean, I think that e-Notify was even in the suggestion 4 years ago, almost exactly, when this was brought up. I mean, I agree. We are talking about a lot of stuff that we spend a lot of time talking in governance and ethics that deals with issues of governance. We've got so many issues. We suggest topics and staff brings back topics to the committee. I have not agreed with many of these topics and the way that were presented to us, but there is an issue, but for people to lay the blame on the members who follow the agenda as they're brought to us, that's not the full story. At this point, we've got a motion. I'm willing to call the question, but I mean, before people start, disparaging and casting aspersions, and people really need to look from the other side. And if that's not going to happen, well, we'll let the vote speak for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gonzalez. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess I had a question. This is a committee recommendation, but as far as staff, does staff have a recommendation as far as utilizing because it seems like the difference was the list versus opting into a district-wide, or Is there a staff recommendation that staff had?
No. So we are bringing forward the committee's recommendation embedded within the staff report, and the presentation was an alternative if council wanted to build the district list organically and not begin with the full 50,000, so that both the mayors and the 6 districts begin with the same. Either way is totally we could do either option. I think certainly what staff articulated in the presentation is that there's some concern that people will start unsubscribing, and so we'll just need to navigate it, and we will certainly push out advertisements letting people know to subscribe to district newsletters or districts subscriptions, and we will also provide a pre-warning that you will now start to receive individual district newsletters. You've been signed up for it. If you would like to only receive your district newsletter, here's how you unsubscribe. We feel comfortable managing it either way.
So thank you for that comment. The question I was going to ask was if this gets onerous or staff starts seeing a negative, impact with our list, that maybe you say, hey, District 1 council member, please, cancel me from that list. So definitely, I think it's important for us to have that option for our subscribers. Well, I want to support this because of I think there's certain timely things that we as council members need to be able to get information out. There was a forum by State Senator Alicia Wahab on immigration this weekend, right? So there's certain things that maybe it might not be important for the city, and it's obviously might not be city-related information, but might be important for our residences and how they deal with their daily lives. So I'll be supporting this motion.
Thank you. I just want to say I'm not going to support this because we already have the opportunity to do our monthly newsletter. And I think as elected officials, many of us use social media as well, Facebook, Instagram, X, other ways to get out to the community, because I found over the years it's a combination of things to get out to your constituents that's important, and maintaining a presence in this modern society is important to not only do your monthly newsletter or whatever you want to do, but the fact is it hasn't been done in the past. We've only had a couple of council members that have taken advantage of it, but the opportunity is already there, but you need to do a combination, in my opinion, of other things as well. To engage the community, because people get their information in various ways. So anyways, I'm not going to support the motion because it's going to be, if the past is any indication, maybe the staff won't have any more work to do. But if it's new, it's going to be confusing to our public to have all of these messages coming at them at various times. And I thought we had a system in place that if you take advantage of it, that it's important for your district to see that you are engaged with your district. So I think this is not, the city's issue or the staff's issue. This is up to individual council members as to how you want to be engaged with your district. Communication's important, whether you do it through your own social media or whether you do it through your monthly newsletters or however you do it. But it takes effort. And so far, I just haven't seen that. Maybe things will change. All right, City Clerk, call for the vote. And that passes 5-2. All right, thank you. So we're going to move on now to reports of members, special committees, and council member requests. Councilmember Jane.
Yes, last week I attended the NCPA Strategic Issues Conference in Sacramento, and I just wanted to note a couple of notable things from that meeting. They had Siva Gunda, who's vice chair of the CEC, California Energy Commission. He says we need, in order for us to achieve our zero carbon goals for California, we need to add 183 gigawatts of generation. We've been adding an average of 6 gigawatts a year since 2019. We should have actually added about 14 gigawatts. Then we had, he also mentioned that Californians currently spend $65 billion a year on gasoline for their cars. So that would go down. You know, people complaining about their electricity bills, but their gasoline costs would go down. What's interesting is that adjusted for inflation, natural gas is cheaper than it's ever been. Then we had Assembly Member Kati Petri Norris from Irvine. She's chair of the Assembly Committee on Utilities and Energy. She said we need a 300% increase in transmission and a 350% increase in generation to achieve our zero carbon goals. And then we had John Laird, Senator John Laird, talk about the Moss Landing fire. So it was a very interesting conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. Myself, the city attorney, and 3 people from the water district did go out, and, well, the rest of you are in Sacramento, got to go on the water tour of our water treatment plant. And we are rebuilding that entire plant, which is about 50 years old, while they're still running it. So it's quite the process, and they made the point, and I'll make it again, that the water purification plant that's right on there is an interpretive site, and it has a wonderful tour. And I'm going to push again for the Youth Commission to go. I got them last year, and I'll do that again, and I'll let all of you know through staff when that's set up, because it is really fascinating, and you can drink the water.
I want our 2 new council members to know that when you do attend sessions like League of California Cities, or if you go on a conference, that the next council meeting, you're supposed to report on your conference. So if you're comfortable tonight, fine. If not, we can do it next time. That's up to the 2 of you. Oh, I know Councilmember Park went as well, I believe. So Albert, would you like to say something about the conference
Yeah,
now?
no, I think it was really informative. There's some similarities between some of the trainings that the California School Board Association does, more around the, I would say, prescriptive or Brown Act, some of the other things that deal with reporting and things. But definitely a lot of new information and, interfacing. One of the things that we saw and we see from School Board Association is that the networking that exists and that occurs at these events is really important. Obviously, there's 7 of us, including the mayor, and we're limited in the scope of conversing with each other on issues, but in the broader, city council environment, like we have at those events, it's really beneficial to talk about things and just see what's going on. And hey, do you guys have a newsletter or things like that, right? These are things that that I probably would have asked if I would have checked my agenda before Friday. But anyways, I would say that definitely it was informative. I'm still absorbing what I learned, and probably it's going to take me a little bit longer, but definitely looking forward to attending more. And thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Cox, did you want to talk?
I won't take too much time. Yeah, I was overwhelmed. There's so much to learn. It's sometimes discouraging to hear people's views of us, but I think that we can bring that full circle. Again, my dad always said, and I put it in my newsletter this month, the more you know, the more you realize how little you know. And I left very much feeling like that. But at the heart of it, everything that came down to like good governance and ethics, and again, how do we collaborate, is about how we do this together. And so I know I put that earworm in again, but this is what matters, how we interact and how we move forward for our city. And I certainly took that away, and it gave me a little bit of hope that despite how little I knew about everything else, think we can do that. So,
Thank you. Councilmember Park?
Yeah, so we attended the mayor and new council members training, which I try to go at least every 2 years. I think that the information, while it was aimed at new council members, is good reference material and good review for any council member. I think that the training was very good, but more importantly was the ability to ask questions. The contacts that you make with the people that are speaking, also with people who live next to you in adjacent cities, but also in cities all around the Bay, all around California in some cases. I mean, we did split this one into a Northern and Southern California different trainings, but I saw people from fairly far away and fairly close. And it is true, the views that a lot of people have are a little different. We don't see those views reflected in the city, even from our own constituents. I also realize that a lot of the views are formed by narratives that come directly from, council meetings, from some of the people that are here. And I do my best to talk to everyone and hear what they have to say. And I thought it was a lot of fun. It was very, very informative to talk to other city managers and other city attorneys and hear their opinions on some of the things that I've asked or I have questions on right here, just to see what the universe of answers is outside of our very provincial city process. And again, I think that every council member should go to these events, not just for the training, but also for the experience and for the relationships that we make. As Councilmember Gonzalez noted, that it is the networking that it's one of the prime reasons that I go to the events like this, and the networking at this event was very good. Thank you.
Thank you. And I attended the U.S. Conference of Mayors in Washington, D.C. It was held at a different time of year this year because it was held the same weekend as the Monday inauguration of the new president. It was interesting being at the U.S. Conference of Mayors during a transition from the presidents. And so a couple of the interesting sessions that I attended, one was to talk about the firefighters, their equipment, and how it's going to have to be changed out in 2025, and how it may affect not just our, the health and welfare of our firefighters, but also our city budget. So that was something that was eye-opening to me about that. Also, I attended a session on how universities can assist cities on artificial intelligence, and I've got some really good source materials to give to our IT department and others on the opportunities for cities to work with. We're lucky to have Santa Clara and Mission College to work with our higher education schools to help us in governance in the city. One of the most interesting sessions I attended was on police department's policies relating to immigrants and homeless people, and especially with the comments from the new president. One of the presenters was Mike Johnson, who's the mayor of Denver, Colorado, who had 45,000 undocumented workers dropped in his city in the last year because they would come in through Texas, and the bus tickets to Denver were cheap. They used to send them to San Francisco and Los Angeles, but then they sent them to Denver. So his city has had to really reimagine itself with all these immigrants that were dropped in the city. And he got into a little argument match with President Trump. So President Trump decided that he was going to send troops into Denver, which he kept good on his promise. But in this session, it talked about ICE coming into all of our communities. And it actually was close to the press when we had the session. And it talked about things that we can do in our community that I'd like to explore, such as he did things like know your rights training to train our community on what their rights are if ICE comes. Our police department, his police department cooperates with violent criminals that are undocumented, but not others. He's not pulling families away from their children. They have guardianship workshops in case parents are taken from their children who are going to be the guardians, and emergency plans, written emergency plans. So they have an Office of Immigrant Affairs that really helps their community in the event this is happening. And as we can see in San Jose and other places, it's happening. So I really want to pursue that because I think that it's something that all our communities are going to be facing with this new administration. I attended AI, broadband, emerging technology, and again, I got some really great materials. We had the final sort of farewell speech from President Biden. He came and visited the session, and we gave him a Medal of Honor, which was pretty, heartwarming. Also, we had the final speech from Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg, who came and spoke to us, and they don't want to leave their stations, but that's what's happening. So it was really a different type of a session. Two other things of notable that I wanted to talk about. I attended this session on FIFA World Cup, and they have also a FIFA Club World Cup that's happening this year. And so they had many of the cities, the host cities, mayors were there, and they also have like 11 host cities, but only about 5 of us were there. And then they had base camps. So they have like 31 base camps all over the United States. But our closest base camp is like Colorado Springs. Anyways, so they gave us, FIFA was there, and it was really put on by the Seattle Mayor Bruce from Seattle. But they talked about that they are asking for $650 million, I think, from the government, $650 million from the feds, and then $300 million for Department of Homeland Security. And as of today, there's no funding available for us. And they told us to go back to our states to get funding from the states. So that wasn't a really good issue. So we'll see what the new administration does. But as of now, there's no funding for World Cup. Yeah, I don't know what else to say about that. But I did sign Santa Clara up. They have a project called America 250 Cities and Legacy Project Opportunities in 2026, which is a year that lots happening here. It's the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. So there's a huge bipartisan effort to get 250 cities involved in celebrating the 4th of July that year and signing of the Declaration of Independence. So city manager, I signed up that Santa Clara is interested because I figure, that's in the middle of everything else we're doing, so why not? Why not? There might be funding available too, so maybe we can have fireworks finally, on 4th of July at Central Park. And I think that's it for me for now. I could go on and on. I did learn a lot, but it was difficult for me being in Washington with everything that was happening, and the security was off the charts. I've never seen anything like it. Streets closed, major security. Never seen Washington like that. So that's it. Nobody else? Oh, does somebody else have something to say? Councilman Park, you're back on.
I have some other things to.
Can you finish your things, please?
Oh, I will. That's why I'm raising my hand. So another thing I learned at the mayor and new council member training is that the Conference of Mayors is not just for mayors. In fact, we've had council members from the city go to attend, and it'd be very interesting to see what next year brings when we come to this conference. But about 2 Saturdays ago, I also attended Ray Gamma's 95th birthday, and this was at the American Legion Hall, which is just down the street. And again, a lot of people don't know who Ray Gamma is. And if I'll say what I said back then, the people who don't know Ray Gamma, I want to ask them, you're new here, aren't you? Ray Gamma has been a part of this community, and not just part of this community, but a part of the Korean community for a long time. He is a Korean War veteran. I met him many years ago, over 15 years ago, when I was part of the Santa Clara Sister Cities Association. And he was the person that was everywhere. He was literally everywhere, taking pictures, talking to people. And he was the person, I didn't know who he was, but he said hello to me every single time. He knew me by name. And about the third time that he called me Kevin, I said, I've got to find out who this person was. And everybody that I asked laughed at me and told me, and I realized that he was going to be somebody that was not going to go away, and I got to know him really well. I think he's been one of the most supportive people I've ever met, and he will always have a supporter in me as well. I told him that here's to another 95 years, and we'll get there. It was well attended. There were a number of elected officials that came in, gave their greetings, and left almost immediately. But if you stayed, you got to hear a lot of really good music and talk to some really cool people and see Ray Gamma dance on the dance floor. Thank you, and happy birthday, Ray.
Thank you. City Manager, Executive Director reports.
Sure. Brief report. I also had the pleasure of attending the Cal City's new council member training with Councilmember Gonzalez and Councilmember Cox, and old Councilmember Park attended as well. So great time, great conference, lots of reminders, but also some new information, and really enjoyed time getting to know Councilmember Gonzalez and Cox. Also want to note that staff is putting the final touches on a memo to the City Council to provide you with an update on where we are with your various council priorities. You will receive that this week. We will also include that appended to your February 11th agenda, which is your next regularly scheduled meeting. With that, thank you.
All right, thank you. I do have an adjournment this evening. I'd like to ask the City Council to please adjourn the January 28th meeting in memory of James Fitzgerald. James Fitzgerald, many of us knew him as Jim Fitzgerald, passed away on January 18th, 2025. Jim was born in San Francisco to Jack and Helen Fitzgerald and was the oldest of 3 boys. He attended St. Joseph's and St. Patrick's seminaries and went on to join the Army, serving for 6 years. Jim had a long career in education as a teacher, coach, counselor, and administrator. After earning a teaching certificate from Cal State LA, he taught for 3 years in Los Angeles before moving to the Santa Clara Unified School District. Jim remained connected to former students, athletes, and friends for decades. In 1967, Jim married Pam McCloskey, and they raised 2 sons and spent 57 years together in Santa Clara Valley. Following retirement, Jim volunteered through the Ascent Employment Program at Queen of Apostles, helping inmates with employment opportunities, and lectured at his parish. Jim is survived by his devoted wife, Pam, sons Jim, wife Wendy, and Ryan, and grandchildren Casey, Darby, Aiden, Jamie, and Catherine. He was preceded in death by his parents and brothers, Dan and John. And I do have to say, after knowing Jim for many decades, he was one of the most well-respected administrators at Santa Clara Unified School District. May I please have a motion to adjourn in his memory?
So moved.
Motion and a second on that. Please register your vote. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. This meeting's adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Get home safely.